What if the shadows of the past hold the key to powers lost to time? Beneath the vast, icy expanses of Eastern Europe, tales breathe life into the ancient memories of Slavic mythology. The wind howls like a lost soul, carrying with it whispers of witches and warriors, gods and demons, as the very earth pulses with a magic that defies comprehension. In a world where trees stand as sentinels, their knotted branches weaving together stories both majestic and terrifying, one cannot help but feel the weight of history pressing down, urging them to listen. On frostbitten nights, when the moon hangs low and blood-red in the sky, ancient rituals come alive. A flicker of fire sparks in the darkness, summoning spirits from the underworld, while the air thickens with the scent of burnt herbs and the murmurs of incantations long forgotten. Here, the boundaries between the living and the eternal blur. A single misstep could awaken forces that demand sacrifice. What price would one pay for a glimpse into this arcane world? In villages shrouded in mist, matriarchs gather under the cover of night, their voices weaving a tapestry of enchantments. The flicker of candlelight illuminates faces weathered by time, eyes reflecting a wisdom that seems to pulse with energy. They speak of the Leshy, the guardian of the forest, whose mischievous laughter can lead wanderers astray or guide them to hidden treasures. But the Leshy is not alone. By his side, the water spirits, Rusalka, dance in moonlit ponds, whispering secrets of love and loss. Can one truly understand the magic that binds these beings, or is it too perilous to probe the depths of their sorrow? Yet, lurking beneath this enchanting facade lies a darkness that threatens to consume the unprepared. The legend of Baba Yaga, the fearsome witch of the woods, looms large, her hut balancing on chicken legs, a stark reminder that not all magic is benevolent. She holds the knowledge of the ages, a twisted grace that can either grant wishes or seal fates in bitterness. The price of her wisdom can be steep. What might one be willing to sacrifice to gain her favor? As tales of ancient magic intertwine with the fabric of human experience, questions rise like steam from a cauldron. What hidden truths lie beneath the surface? What rituals, long abandoned, still echo in the moonlit glades? And who dares to awaken the slumbering deities, risking their wrath or courting their favor? In a world on the brink of revelation, the air crackles with anticipation. Every moment carries the weight of choices made in the shadow of towering pines. With every heartbeat, the veil that separates the mundane from the magical begins to thin. As night deepens, the ancient gods stir, and an unseen force gathers, weaving together the fates of those who seek answers. The echoes of history beckon. What truths will be unearthed when the last ember fades and dawn breaks anew? In a time when shadows stretched long across the land and every flicker of flame danced like a spirit of old, the Slavic people gathered around their fires, whispering tales that would echo through centuries. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood and the promise of stories yet to be told, as the night wrapped its dark cloak around the small villages nestled within the vast, wild forests of Eastern Europe. Here, amidst this raw, untamed beauty, a world of gods and spirits loomed just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be understood. The Slavs, a tapestry of tribes and clans, roamed the land with a fierce connection to nature. Their hearts beat in time with the rhythm of the earth, and their spirits soared with the winds that swept through the trees. Each rustle of leaves whispered secrets of ancient beings that governed the elements. Mother Earth, with her nurturing embrace, and Father Sky, whose thunderous voice commanded respect. These were not mere beliefs, they were the very essence of life, woven into the fabric of their daily existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories of Veles and Perun unfurled like the wings of a mighty bird. Veles, the god of the underworld and cattle, whispered to them through the lowing of cows in the moonlight, reminding them of the delicate balance between life and death. Perun, the thunder god, roared above, his voice echoing in the distant hills like the rolling of great drums. The Slavs believed that these gods walked among them, observing their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and failures, always ready to intervene in the natural order. In the midst of this rich tapestry of belief, the Slavs were also a people who shaped their myths from the very soil beneath their feet. They spoke of the land's spirits, the domovoi, who guarded homes and hearths, and the Leshy, who protected the woods and its creatures. With every seed they planted and every animal they tended, they invoked these spirits, acknowledging their presence, seeking their favor. Life was an intricate dance, a celebration of existence where every creature, from the smallest insect to the mightiest wolf, played a vital role. But the beauty of Slavic mythology was not without its shadows. The fear of the unknown lurked just beyond the firelight. Dark tales of Strigoi and Rusalka reminded them of the dangers that could arise when the balance was disrupted. In their stories, Strigoi, the restless spirits of the dead, roamed the night, seeking vengeance or resolution. The Rusalka, ethereal maidens of water, sang enchanting songs that could lure men to their watery graves. Each tale was a thread in the intricate web of belief, cautioning the living to respect the boundaries of life and death, nature and humankind. The Slavic tribes didn't exist in isolation. Waves of influence washed over them as they came into contact with neighboring cultures, Germanic, Finno-Ugric, and later the mighty Byzantine and Mongol empires. Each encounter left its mark, introducing new elements into the Slavic pantheon. As Christianity began to spread across Eastern Europe, the old gods were not easily cast aside. They transformed, adapting to new narratives, their essence woven into the fabric of the new faith. The Slavic people found ways to reconcile their ancient beliefs with the teachings of the Church, merging the sacred with the familiar. In the midst of this cultural transformation, legends of saints and miracles emerged, blending seamlessly with the ancient tales of gods and spirits. Saints became the new guardians, wielding their divine power to protect the people as the old gods once had. Yet, even as they paid homage to these new figures, the whispers of the old ways lingered in the air, like the last notes of a haunting melody that refused to fade. Seasons turned, and the cycles of life continued, but the tension between the old and the new simmered just beneath the surface. The Slavs carved their beliefs into wooden idols, painted vibrant symbols on their homes, and sang songs that echoed through the valleys. Each ritual, each celebration, was a testament to their enduring spirit, a refusal to let go of their connection to the earth and the divine. As the fires crackled and the stories wove through the night, the Slavs began to feel an awakening, a deep yearning to understand their place in the world. They gazed into the flickering flames, searching for answers in the shadows that danced before them. The sky opened, revealing a tapestry of stars, each one a reminder of the countless souls that had come before. In that moment, they felt the weight of their ancestors, urging them to remember the past even as they faced an uncertain future. But in the distance, the winds of change were howling. The encroaching forces of new beliefs and ideas threatened to drown out the voices of the old gods, to silence the stories that had shaped their very identity. The Slavs, sensing the tension rising, clung fiercely to their traditions, daring to defy the tides of time and change. Their hearts raced as they recognized the urgency of their mission, to preserve the essence of their mythology, to ensure that the gods, spirits, and tales of their ancestors would not be lost to the ages. And so the night wore on, filled with the promise of untold stories and the echo of centuries past, as the embers glowed softly in the dark. The Slavs listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder, for they knew that each word spoken was a thread connecting them to the cosmos, binding them to their history. They were more than mere spectators in this grand tale. They were its living embodiment, the guardians of the ancient knowledge that pulsed through their veins. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the earth, the Slavic people felt a surge of strength rising within them. The time had come to honor their heritage, to weave the past into the present, and to carry forth the legacy of their forebears. With this resolve, they embraced their mythology as more than just stories. It was their lifeblood, a sacred trust that demanded to be remembered and cherished. The air shimmered with possibility as the Slavs prepared to step into a new day, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The ancient whispers of their mythology lingered like a promise, urging them onward, reminding them that they were never truly alone. The gods, the spirits, and the stories were woven into their very souls, fanning the flames of hope and resilience as they moved forward into the light. The air crackled with energy as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the vast, undulating plains of ancient Slavic lands. An ethereal mist began to rise, weaving through the towering trees that stood like guardians of forgotten stories. It was here, in this sacred embrace of nature, that Slavic beliefs were woven into the very fabric of existence. Each rustle of leaves and whisper of the wind carried the weight of tradition, a song sung by the earth itself. The Slavs, with their hearts intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons, believed that nature held the breath of life, a pulse that resonated through every creature and element. To them, the forests were not just collections of trees. They were living entities, filled with spirits known as Leshy, who watched over the creatures of the woods. These spirits had both benevolence and mischief in their hearts, guiding hunters and travelers while also testing their resolve. People spoke of the Leshy with a mix of reverence and caution, knowing that a kind word could earn protection, while a careless step could lead one astray in the maze of foliage. Rivers were seen as veins of the earth, flowing with the vitality of the land. Tales echoed through centuries about the spirit of the river, known as Vodianoi, who presided over the waters, both nurturing and punishing those who dared to disrespect its depths. Fishermen and farmers would offer small tokens, bits of bread or a splash of vodka, casting them onto the surface as a humble plea for favor. The waters shimmered with the weight of their prayers, each ripple a reminder that life was a fragile balance between giving and taking. As winter approached, the harsh chill wrapped the land in a blanket of silence. Yet within this stillness thrived an understanding of rebirth. The Slavs gathered around fires, sharing stories that danced with the flames, tales of the goddess Mokosh, the protector of women and the earth. She was the essence of fertility, her spirit entwined with the soil that birthed their crops. In her honor, festivals erupted with laughter, music, and the scent of freshly baked bread, all offerings to ensure that the land would awaken once more come spring. The changing of seasons drew the Slavic people closer to nature, creating an unbreakable bond that shaped their identity. Each season brought its own rites, each celebration a testament to their gratitude. In spring, as the first blooms erupted from the thawing ground, joyous songs filled the air, welcoming the return of life. The earth rejoiced alongside them, a dance of renewal, a vivid tapestry of color spilling from every horizon. Yet not all was serene. The harshness of nature could turn cruel, and the Slavic peoples understood this intimately. Storms rolled in with an anger that could devastate fields, while droughts threatened their very survival. They honored Perun, the thunder god, whose might could protect or destroy. Rituals were performed with fervent passion, invoking his strength to shield them from calamity. The crack of thunder became an echo of their collective heartbeat, a reminder of the delicate balance they maintained with the wild forces of the world. This understanding of nature shaped their values and community. They lived in harmony with the rhythms of life, learning from the land and its myriad moods. Elders shared wisdom, passing down tales that interwove fact and fiction, each story a piece of their identity, each lesson a thread binding them to one another and the earth. Children learned the songs of the rivers, the whispers of the wind, and the stories of the stars, aligning their lives with the universe that watched over them. As dusk descended, shadows began to stretch like ancient fingers across the land, and the air thickened with the magical hum of twilight. The Slavs believed that night brought forth the spirits of their ancestors, who wandered the earth, guiding and protecting their descendants. The connection to the past was palpable, a bridge spanning generations, woven together by the memories of those who had walked before. Rituals were performed under the moonlight, honoring these spirits, ensuring they were never forgotten. The forest called to them, every hollow and glade a reminder of their forebears. In its depths lay the remnants of ancient rituals, stone carvings depicting the deities that held sway over their lives. These places were sacred, where the veil between worlds was thin, and the echoes of prayer lingered like fragrant smoke. The Slavs would gather here, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, as they sought guidance and strength for the challenges that lay ahead. As the seasons turned relentlessly onward, the Slavic people found solace in the constancy of nature. The wheel of life spun ever onward, but with it came the promise of hope and renewal. This connection to the earth fueled a deep-rooted resilience. They drew strength from the soil that nourished them, the waters that sustained them, and the skies that illuminated their nights. Each element cradled their existence, anchoring them in a world that teetered between chaos and beauty. Yet, even amid their reverence for nature, a darker truth lingered in the corners of their beliefs. The forest could be a place of refuge, but also a site of fear. There were tales of creatures that roamed the shadows, beings that thrived on the fears of the unwary, stoking the fires of caution. The stories of Rusalka, the water spirit who could enchant and ensnare, sent shivers down spines, illustrating the duality of nature, both nurturing and dangerous. The warnings echoed through the generations, serving as a reminder to tread lightly, to respect the powers they could not fully comprehend. The interplay of light and dark created a rich tapestry of belief that defined the Slavic worldview. Nature was a mirror reflecting their innermost emotions, a canvas for their hopes and fears. In every sunrise and sunset, in every storm and calm, they saw themselves, fragile yet enduring, lost yet connected. The very essence of nature formed the backbone of their identity, a powerful force that guided their lives. As twilight deepened into night, the stars began to twinkle overhead. A tapestry of cosmic wonder reminding the Slavs of their place in the universe. The earth beneath their feet throbbed with ancient energy, a resonance that rippled through their souls. They understood that they were part of a greater cycle, an interwoven existence that bound them to the land, to the spirits, and to each other. There was no boundary that separated them from the world around them. They were a heartbeat within the vast wilderness, forever entwined with its mysteries. And as the night grew darker, the stories continued, wending their way into the fabric of time, echoing through the forests, rivers, and skies, keeping the spirit of the Slavic belief alive in every breath of wind and rustle of leaves. In the flickering shadows of 1,000 flickering candles, ancient temples stood tall, their stones whispering tales of glory and despair. The air was thick with incense and the weight of countless prayers. Each deity, a titan of emotion and power, ruled over the hearts of mortals, their stories woven into the fabric of human existence. They were not mere creations of fancy. They were the embodiment of passion, fear, love, and wrath. First among them was Zeus, the thunderous king of the gods, whose presence loomed like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. With his mighty lightning bolt, he commanded the skies, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to defy him. Beneath the grandeur of his reign lay a tapestry of complex relationships. His heart was a battleground of desires, captivating both divine and mortal. The tales of his exploits, from transforming into a swan to seduce the beautiful Leda, spoke of a love that could bend the very laws of nature. Yet, with each act of passion came chaos, a reminder that even the mightiest could be consumed by their own desires. Then there was Hera, the goddess of marriage and family, standing resolutely by Zeus's side yet constantly tormented by his betrayals. Her spirit burned fiercely, a blend of love and betrayal, weaving a narrative of jealousy that mirrored the trials of every heartbroken soul. The peacock, with its iridescent feathers, became her symbol, a reminder of beauty tinged with pain. Each feather told a story of her strength, her resolve to protect the sanctity of marriage, even when her own was an unyielding storm of infidelity. Hera's stories were imbued with the weight of emotion, reminding worshippers that love could be both a sanctuary and a battlefield. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories of Poseidon echoed across the waves. The god of the sea, with his long, flowing beard and trident in hand, was as unpredictable as the ocean itself. He reigned over tumultuous waters, his moods shifting with the tides. Sailors would whisper prayers, seeking his favor as they ventured into the deep blue, knowing that Poseidon held the power to grant safe passage or unleash devastating storms. His wrath could turn a calm sea into a raging tempest, and with it, he reminded humanity of their fragility against nature's might. Yet, amid the crashing waves, there was also a gentler side, a protector of those who sought solace in the ocean's embrace. The gods' stories intertwined with humanity's, creating a rich tapestry of existence. Each deity was a reflection of human emotions, embodying the struggles and triumphs of life. The tales of their interactions filled the air, crafting a world where the divine was not distant, but intimately connected to the human experience. Closer to the earth, Demeter walked among the fields, her heart entwined with the cycles of nature. The goddess of agriculture and the harvest, she knew the pain of loss, for when her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, the earth withered under her grief. With every season, Demeter's sorrow transformed the landscape. Winter became a reflection of her mourning, and spring burst forth as a symbol of her relentless hope. The bond between mother and daughter echoed through time, a poignant reminder of love so deep it could alter the very world. Each grain of wheat held a story of resilience and rebirth, a silent testament to the power of nurturing love. Further, in the depths of the underworld, Hades ruled, a figure often misunderstood. Cloaked in shadows, he wielded power over death and the afterlife. Though many feared him, he was not merely a harbinger of doom, he was a keeper of balance. His domain was a reflection of the inevitability of death, a reminder that life was fleeting and precious. Yet within his dark realm lay untold stories of souls seeking peace, and a love so profound that it could bridge the divide between life and death. The tale of his love for Persephone revealed that beneath the cold surface of his kingdom, there was warmth, longing, and a desire to connect beyond the grave. Meanwhile, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, stood as a beacon of hope and knowledge. Her birth from Zeus's forehead signified that true wisdom is born from experience and struggle. She embodied the spirit of strategy and courage, guiding heroes like Odysseus through trials that tested not just their strength, but their minds and hearts. Battles raged not only in the physical world, but within the hearts of men, and Athena's presence reminded them that intellect and compassion were as vital as swords and shields. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, danced through the air, her laughter a melody that stirred the hearts of all. Roses bloomed where she walked, and the allure of her essence was irresistible. Yet her stories were not just about romance. They captured the complexities of desire, heartbreak, and the transformative power of love. In her embrace, people found both ecstasy and agony, reminding them that love could be both a sweet nectar and a bitter poison. These deities, painted with strokes of both light and shadow, breathed life into the ancient world, their tales rich with history and emotion. Through thunderous proclamations, whispers of betrayal, the crashing of waves, and the rustling of leaves, they forged a connection with humanity that transcended time. Each deity represented a facet of existence, guiding mortals through the labyrinth of life. illuminating the path with divine wisdom while reminding them of their own strength and vulnerability. As the stories of these gods unfolded, they created an eternal cycle of worship and devotion. Temples adorned with intricate sculptures stood as testaments to their power, beckoning the faithful to offer tributes, seek guidance, and share their deepest fears. The air crackled with anticipation as rituals unfolded, each a plea for favor, each a conversation with the divine. In the heart of these moments, one could sense the weight of hope and the ever-present desire to connect with something greater than oneself. And as the candles flickered, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stones, the world of the gods and mortals intertwined seamlessly, their destinies forever linked in an unending story that echoed throughout the ages. The air was thick with emotion, tension building like a storm on the horizon. A promise that the saga would continue, endlessly spiraling into the next chapter of divine existence, where the lines between love, betrayal, wisdom, and power blurred into an eternal dance. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced on the rough-hewn walls of a humble wooden dwelling. Outside, the chill of the night hung thick in the air, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the tales of old to unfold. It was here, amidst the crackling embers, that the ancient stories of the Slavic pantheon whispered through the ages, tales of gods and goddesses that once walked among mortals, shaping the very essence of life itself. At the center of this vibrant tapestry stood Perun, the thunderous god of the sky. Wielding his mighty axe with a fierce determination, he was the protector of warriors, his voice a booming echo in the hearts of those who dared to defend their homeland. Legends spoke of how he summoned storms, his anger crashing down upon the earth, shaking the mountains and sending shivers through the spines of all who witnessed his wrath. Perun's blue eyes, like the depths of the skies, were said to hold the power to strike down enemies and bless his followers with courage. But the world was not just about thunder and fury. Across the vast landscape of Slavic mythology, the gentle figure of Mokosh rose, a goddess of fertility, weaving the threads of life with her graceful fingers. Her nurturing spirit enveloped the fields, coaxing the crops to sprout and flourish. The women revered her, calling upon her blessings when the sun warmed the earth and the time for planting arrived. Yet beneath her nurturing exterior lay a fierce protector of women, a guardian against the darkness that threatened their homes. With every harvest, the people thanked Mokosh, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the life she breathed into the soil. Then there was Veles, the cunning god of the underworld, often seen as Perun's adversary. In the timeless dance of good and evil, Veles represented the mysteries of the earth, the secrets hidden beneath its surface. His presence was felt in the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Merchants prayed to him for prosperity, while those lost in despair sought his guidance through the veil of the afterlife. The tension between Veles and Perun mirrored the eternal struggle within the human soul, a push and pull between light and darkness, creation and destruction. But among the more ethereal beings, the tales of the Rusalki captured the imagination of many. These enchanting water nymphs, often depicted as beautiful young women with long, flowing hair, danced along riverbanks, their laughter mingling with the soft murmur of water. Yet, beneath their enchanting allure lay a dangerous truth. The Rusalki were said to lure unsuspecting travelers to their watery depths, their sorrowful songs echoing in the twilight. A haunting reminder of the fragile line between allure and peril. As the fire crackled, the storyteller's voice weaved the threads of these ancient beings together, creating a rich tapestry of emotions and experiences. The audience sat on the edge of their seats, eyes wide and breath held, captivated by the unfolding drama. The tales were filled with the excitement of battles fought under stormy skies, the warmth of hearths embraced by loving goddesses, and the chill of treachery lurking in the shadows. The night wore on, and with it came the stories of other deities, the playful domovoi, the household spirit that watched over families, protecting them from harm while also ensuring that chores were done, and the fierce Dasbog, the sun god, who brought light and warmth, nurturing the earth with his golden rays. The balance between these forces was delicate, each god and goddess embodying the hopes, fears, and dreams of the people they watched over. Each tale resonated with a truth that transcended the ages. The Slavic gods were more than mere figures of legend. They were reflections of human nature. In their anger, love, and mischief, they mirrored the complexities of life itself. As the night deepened, the storyteller painted vivid images of how these gods interacted with the world. Their presence felt in every rustle of the trees, every ripple of the water, every flash of lightning. Yet, beneath the joyous celebrations of harvests and victories, darkness lingered. The fear of the unknown, the whispers of fate, and the inevitability of death hung in the air. The Slavic pantheon was not just about celebration. It was a reminder of the fragility of life. The balance between joy and sorrow was constant, with the gods embodying both sides of the coin. Amidst the laughter and the tears, the stories took unexpected turns. Tales of betrayal blossomed, where gods turned against one another, igniting conflicts that echoed through the ages. The relationships among these powerful figures were fraught with tension, showing that even deities were not free from the complexities of emotion. The audience was spellbound, feeling the weight of every betrayal, the sting of every loss, as they connected with the divine drama unfolding before them. In the midst of these tales of strife, hope flickered like the flames of the fire. The people held on to their beliefs, their rituals a testament to their resilience. They sang songs to honor their gods, lighting candles and offering gifts of bread and salt. These gestures were not merely traditions. They were lifelines that tied the people to their divine protectors, a bond forged in the fires of faith and love. As the last embers of the fire glowed dimly, the storyteller leaned in, the air thick with anticipation. The tales of the Slavic pantheon were far from over. The stories would continue to unfold, each character a vibrant thread in an eternal tapestry woven by the hands of fate. The night breathed a promise of more to come, leaving the audience hungry for the next chapter, eager to uncover the deeper connections between the gods and their worshippers, the spiraling tales of love, conflict, and the unbreakable ties that bind them across the ages. In the flickering candlelight, a hush fell over the room as the family gathered around the altar. The air was thick with a blend of incense and longing, a sacred mix that whispered promises of connection between the living and the departed. Tonight was special, a night steeped in tradition, where memories danced and stories came alive, echoing through the halls of history. As the eldest son, Li Wei, placed the incense sticks into a small holder, he felt a shiver run down his spine, a reminder of the presence of those who had come before him. The flicker of flames illuminated faded photographs, black and white glimpses of stoic faces that had braved storms, laughter, and heartbreak. Each image held a heartbeat, a story woven into the very fabric of their family. It was a moment when the past reached out, entwining with the present, and for a brief instant, time itself seemed to blur. The rituals surrounding ancestor worship carried the weight of centuries, each family adding their own brushstrokes to a painting that depicted love, sacrifice, and resilience. The Chinese culture, with its profound respect for elders, saw ancestor worship not merely as a tradition but as a lifeline, a way to honor the ones who had paved the path for the living. Offering food, burning incense, and reciting prayers were acts of reverence that transcended mere rituals. They were expressions of gratitude, anchoring the family to its roots. As Li Wei lit the incense, the smoke spiraled upward, forming ephemeral shapes that seemed to swirl and twist in the dim light. His heart raced as he thought of his grandfather, a man whose stories of resilience kept their family strong. Long ago, during tumultuous times, his grandfather had walked through fear and uncertainty, forging a future from the ashes of despair. The stories told at the dinner table felt like ancestral threads binding him to that past, each tale steeped in wisdom and love. Rituals varied from family to family, but all carried a reverence that sent goosebumps racing down Li Wei's arms. Some families crafted ornate altars, adorned with offerings of fruits, tea, and rice, simple yet profound gifts that embodied love and remembrance. Others sang songs passed down through generations, their voices rising in harmony, bridging the gap between worlds. The air crackled with emotion. It was as if the ancestors themselves were listening, nodding in approval as the living echoed their legacies. On this evening, Li Wei felt the weight of responsibility press upon him. The stories he had heard from his mother, of family gatherings where laughter and tears mingled, of the sacrifices made so that he could chase his dreams, flooded his mind. He remembered the soft glow of lanterns casting comforting shadows on the walls as family members shared their triumphs and struggles, weaving a tapestry of shared experience. The night would end with a promise to keep the memories alive, to ensure that the flames of their ancestors' love never flickered out. As the incense burned low, Li Wei's younger sister, Mei, stepped forward, her small hands trembling as she placed a delicate piece of jade on the altar. "For our ancestors," she whispered, voice barely above a hush. The jade glimmered, capturing the light as if it held within it the dreams and hopes of the generations to come. A sense of pride washed over Li Wei, mingling with an ache of longing. They were all trying to honor those who were no longer there, but whose spirits lingered like warm embraces. In some cultures, ancestor worship took on even richer dimensions. In Mexico, Dia de los Muertos became a vibrant celebration where families created altars adorned with marigolds and sugar skulls. Memories were painted on papel picado, and delicious food was laid out, inviting the spirits back home for a fleeting reunion. It was a festival of life, a joyous reminder that death was not an end, but a continuation of love woven through time. Li Wei marveled at how different yet similar these practices were, the essence of honoring the past, of feeling the pulse of generations through rituals, resonated deeply across cultures. The world was a mosaic of memories and traditions, each piece vivid and alive, reminding the living that they were never alone. Ancestor worship was a bridge, crafted lovingly between the seen and the unseen, saturated with emotion, creating a symphony that connected them all. As the last ember of incense glowed softly, the family shared stories. Some whispered, others shouted with laughter, about their ancestors. Each tale painted a clearer picture of who they were and what they had endured. Li Wei leaned forward, captivated by the threads of bravery. Resilience and love spun through his lineage. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter and feel the warmth of those long gone, as if they sat right beside him, participating in this sacred dance of remembrance. With each word spoken, Li Wei felt a growing determination within him, a fierce desire to honor their legacy. The weight of history rested upon his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a gift. An understanding began to bloom in his heart. It was not just about remembering, but also about forging a path forward, carrying the lessons learned into the future. As the night wore on, a sudden breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the last of the candles, plunging them into darkness. A gasp escaped Mei's lips. But Li Wei remained calm. In the stillness, he could almost hear the whispers of his ancestors, urging him to remember that the bond they shared was unbreakable, transcending time and space. The flicker of the past remained alive within him, a guiding light illuminating the path ahead. Soon, the family would gather again, not only to remember but to celebrate the stories yet to be told. And as Li Wei sat in the thick silence, he realized that this night was just the beginning. The ancestors watched over them, a delicate thread uniting past, present, and future, woven together in an unending tapestry of love and remembrance. In a time long past, when the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, villagers would gather around flickering fires to share tales of a powerful being, Mother Earth, known as Makosh. She was not just a goddess, she was the very essence of life itself, woven into the fabric of their existence. The earth beneath their feet throbbed with her heartbeat, and the whispers of the wind carried her ancient songs, telling of her blessings and gifts that sustained all. The Slavic people honored Makosh as a nurturing force, a protector of the land, the giver of harvests, and the guardian of women's work. They believed every grain of wheat, every leaf of grass, and every drop of rain held a piece of her spirit. These humble folk knew that without her, their world would wither into silence. It was she who cradled them in her embrace, who fed them with the fruits of the soil, and who whispered wisdom into the ears of those who dared to listen. The rituals surrounding Makosh were vivid and filled with emotion. Villagers would gather at harvest time, their hearts swelling with gratitude, singing songs that echoed through the fields. They would dance under the moonlight, their feet stomping the earth, sending vibrations up through their legs as if they were directly connected to her essence. Each joyous melody was an offering, a plea for her continued favor. When the crops thrived, it was a testament to their devotion, a sacred bond that tied them to her very being. Children would roam the forests, collecting wildflowers and herbs, which they believed held Makosh's blessings. They would weave these gifts into crowns, wearing them as symbols of her grace. As they frolicked, laughter floated through the air like a lullaby, an echo of innocence and hope. Each flower was a reminder of the beauty she brought forth, each petal a promise of life renewed. But the relationship between the Slavs and Mother Earth was not without its trials. In times of drought, when the sun beat down mercilessly and the rivers ran dry, the villagers would gather again, their faces etched with worry. They would set up sacred altars adorned with bread and salt, offerings of humility and respect. With trembling hands they would light candles, praying fervently for her mercy. It was as if the very ground beneath them was painted with their fears, each desperate plea a thread in the tapestry of their existence. As the seasons changed, so too did the stories told about Makosh. In winter she transformed into a fierce protector, wrapping the earth in a blanket of white. The villagers would huddle close, sharing tales of her strength, marveling at her ability to endure the harshest of storms. They believed that within the snow lay her promise of renewal, a reminder that every end would lead to a new beginning. It was in this cycle of nature that they found their own resilience, a reflection of her unyielding spirit. The bond between the Slavs and their Mother Earth was symbiotic, a dance of give and take. The villagers understood that nurturing the land was honoring Makosh. They practiced sustainable farming, embracing the rhythms of nature, planting and harvesting in harmony with the seasons. Each seed sown was a prayer, a testament to their commitment to Mother Earth. They knew that the soil was alive, teeming with spirits of ancestors, and to harm it would invite her wrath. One fateful day, as the sun rose over the fields casting golden light upon the earth, a band of invaders approached, their intentions dark and greedy. They sought to claim the land, to strip its beauty for their gain. Fear swept through the village like a chilling wind, but the people did not falter. They gathered together, their hearts united by love for Makosh, calling upon her strength to protect their home. With every blow of a hammer, the invaders sought to cut down the trees that had stood for centuries, the very bones of Mother Earth. The villagers, fueled by desperation and love, stood firm, defending what was sacred. They shouted her name, their voices rising into the heavens, beseeching her to awaken and rise with fury. It was a moment charged with emotion. The earth beneath their feet trembled as if Makosh herself was answering their call. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the tension mounted. The ground shook, and the air crackled with energy. It was said that Makosh could hear their cries, that she felt the fear and love intertwined in their pleas, and then, in a breathtaking moment, the skies darkened and rain began to pour. It fell in torrents, as if the heavens were weeping for the land, drowning the invaders in a deluge of fury. The villagers stood, drenched but resolute, their spirits entwined with the earth, knowing they were fighting not just for their home, but for the very essence of life itself. In the aftermath, as the storm clouds cleared, the villagers looked around, their hearts racing with a mix of triumph and sorrow. They had defended their home, but at what cost? The earth bore the scars of conflict, and the air was thick with a bittersweet scent of victory. Yet, in that moment of stillness, they felt her presence enveloping them, the warmth of her spirit wrapping around their weary souls. Mokosh had shown them her power, and it ignited a fire within them, one that spoke of resilience, love, and an unbreakable bond with the earth. With reverence, they began to heal the land, tending to the soil with care and gratitude. They understood that Mokosh's gifts were not to be taken for granted, and they made a solemn vow to honor her through their actions. Each seed planted became a gesture of love, each flower blooming a testament to their devotion. The earth pulsed with life once more, as if rejoicing in the harmony restored between the Slavic people and their beloved Mother Earth. As time flowed on, the stories of Mokosh continued to be woven into the very fabric of their lives, passed down through generations. The villagers would gather around flickering fires, sharing the tales of her strength and grace, ensuring that her spirit lived on in every heart. The importance of the earth remained a guiding force, a reminder that their lives were deeply intertwined with the land, and that they were stewards of her beauty. And so, the cycle continued, a dance of life and death, joy and sorrow, all tinged with the essence of Mokosh, a presence that would never fade from their hearts. In the quiet of the night, if one listened closely, the whispers of the earth could still be heard, reminding them that Mother Earth was always with them, her spirit thriving in every breath they took, in every step they made on her sacred ground. The story of Mokosh was a living testament, eternally woven into the tapestry of the Slavic soul. Under the vast expanse of a starlit sky, a colossal tree stood, its branches stretching like ancient arms, whispering secrets of the universe. This was not just any tree. It was the cosmic tree, the world tree of Slavic culture, a magnificent symbol of life, death, and rebirth. Its roots burrowed deep into the underworld, while its branches reached towards the heavens, connecting three worlds, an intricate tapestry of existence woven through the ages. In the chill of twilight, villagers gathered around the tree, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. The air buzzed with anticipation and unspoken fear. They spoke in hushed tones of the stories passed down through generations, tales of how the cosmic tree cradled the souls of their ancestors, a sacred bridge between the living and the departed. It was said that when the wind rustled through the leaves, it carried the voices of those who had walked before them. Each sigh of the branches was a reminder that life was a cycle, a dance of light and shadow. As night fell, the tree became a living, breathing entity. Shadows danced along its trunk, revealing age-old carvings, symbols etched by hands long forgotten. Each mark told a story, a battle fought, a love lost, a harvest celebrated. The cosmic tree was not merely a part of their landscape. It was their lifeblood, their connection to the divine and the earthly. The people felt a pulse beneath their feet, a heartbeat that resonated with their own, uniting them in an unbreakable bond. In the mythos of the Slavic people, the tree held a crucial role. It was often depicted as a giant ash tree, known as the Yggdrasil, a name borrowed from distant Norse legends, yet infused with a distinctly Slavic essence. This tree was not just a passive observer, it was alive with magic. Stories told of the great god Perun, who, with his thunderous might, would protect the tree, ensuring its survival amidst the chaos of the world. Perun's lightning, striking the branches, would invigorate the cosmic tree, allowing it to flourish even as storms raged around it. The villagers believed that the higher one climbed in the tree, the closer one would be to the gods. Elders spoke of a hidden realm within its branches, a sanctuary where spirits danced and laughter echoed. It was here that the moments of joy and sorrow intertwined, creating a melody that resonated with the essence of humanity itself. Each leaf held a memory, a heartbeat of the earth, a testament to the struggles and triumphs of those who came before. As the fires crackled, a young girl named Anya stood before the tree, entranced. Her heart raced with excitement and trepidation as she reached out to touch the gnarled bark. She felt a jolt of energy surge through her fingertips, a connection that transcended time. In that moment, she understood that this tree was more than an object of reverence. It was a living archive of their existence. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought of the people who had loved and lost beneath its sprawling branches, the dreams that had flickered like the stars above. But the cosmic tree also held darker tales, the kind that made the hair on the back of one's neck stand up. Legends spoke of the dark spirits that roamed the shadows, seeking to disrupt the harmony that the tree embodied. These malevolent forces would occasionally strike, attempting to sever the connection between worlds, leading to chaos and despair. The villagers knew they had to remain vigilant, for the balance between light and dark was fragile. They offered prayers and sacrifices, hoping to shield their beloved tree from harm. Days turned into months, and Anya's fascination with the cosmic tree grew. She would often sneak away from her chores, finding solace in its embrace. One fateful night, a storm rolled in, fierce and unrelenting. The winds howled like a pack of wolves, threatening to uproot the very roots of the earth. The villagers gathered, fear etched on their faces, watching helplessly as lightning split the sky. Anya, drawn by an unseen force, ran towards the tree, her heart pounding in rhythm with the storm. As she reached the trunk, a blinding flash illuminated the night, and in that moment, she felt the presence of something ancient and powerful. A voice, deep and resonant, called to her, urging her to listen. "Protect the balance," it echoed, reverberating through her soul. Anya gasped as she realized she was chosen, a guardian of the cosmic tree. In that instant, she understood that her connection to the tree was not just one of admiration. It was a calling, a responsibility that would alter the course of her life. With newfound determination, she grasped a branch, feeling its strength surge through her veins. The storm raged, but the tree stood resilient, a testament to survival. Lightning struck again, and instead of fear, Anya felt a sense of purpose. As if the tree was channeling its energy through her. The wind howled less aggressively, as if in respect, and the storm began to calm. Anya closed her eyes, surrendering to the magic that enveloped her. She felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, and yet an unbreakable bond formed between her soul and the cosmic tree. In the aftermath of the storm, the villagers emerged cautiously, their eyes wide with wonder. The tree, though battered, still stood tall, its branches reaching defiantly towards the sky. Anya, with an air of newfound confidence, shared her experience, her voice strong and unwavering. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with pride and respect. They realized that the cosmic tree was not just a relic of their past. It was a living force that needed their care, their love, and their devotion. As they gathered around the tree, hands joined, they vowed to protect what was sacred. With each promise made, they felt the weight of their ancestors' hopes resting upon them, a legacy passed down through the centuries. It was a moment of unity, a renewal of their bond with the cosmic tree, a promise that echoed through the ages, weaving them into the fabric of existence. In the beginning, there was nothing but an infinite expanse of darkness, a void so vast that it swallowed the very essence of silence. Yet within this unfathomable emptiness flickered the first sparks of imagination. The whispers of creation. It was in this deep, endless night that the world began to stir, coaxed into existence by forces unseen but profoundly felt. In ancient Mesopotamia, the gods gathered in a celestial council, their voices echoing like thunder across the heavens. From the chaos, they forged order, weaving the fabric of reality with threads of light. Marduk, the fierce warrior god, stood at the center, brandishing a massive bow, his spirit ablaze with determination. After defeating Tiamat, the primordial goddess of chaos, he split her body in two, crafting the sky from one half and the earth from the other. This act was more than mere violence. It was a dramatic dance of creation, a powerful assertion of life over nothingness. Those present felt a rush of exhilaration, a collective heartbeat that resonated throughout the universe. As the sky arched overhead, the earth took form beneath. Mountains rose up like titans stretching after a long slumber, rivers carved their paths with purposeful grace, and the fertile land burst forth in a riot of colors. The first plants unfurled their leaves, reaching for the sun, while creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged, each one a testament to Marduk's triumph. This moment was electric, pulsing with the energy of potential. It was a time of wonder, a time when the very air crackled with possibility. Across the seas in the far reaches of the world, the Inuit people spoke of the great land of the north, a place shaped by the spirits of the earth and the sky. In their tales, the earth was born from the body of a giant fish, which swam through the vast, icy waters, teeming with life. The great raven, a trickster and creator, pulled the fish from the depths and set it upon the surface, where it transformed into land. With a flap of his wings, he scattered the seeds of life, bringing forth trees, animals, and people. The Inuit watched the seasons change, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the land that fed them, nurtured them, and cradled their very spirits. In the shadows of towering volcanoes, the ancient Greeks peered into the heart of creation. They believed in Gaia, the earth itself, a living being who emerged from the void and gave birth to the sky, the sea, and everything within them. Her children, the Titans, roamed freely, shaping the world with their dreams and desires, but it was the youngest of them, Zeus, who would challenge the old ways, wresting power from his father, Cronus. Thunder cracked as Zeus unleashed his wrath upon the Titans, sealing them deep within the earth. In their struggle, the mountains trembled and the oceans roared, painting the skies with flashes of light and dark clouds heavy with rain. The very essence of creation throbbed with tension as the gods clashed, their fates intricately woven with the world below. From the ashes of their battles, new life emerged. Rivers coursed with fresh water, and the sun broke through the clouds, casting warmth upon the earth. As flowers bloomed and animals roamed, humanity took its first steps, awed and bewildered by the beauty surrounding them. They looked to the heavens, their hearts filled with a longing to understand, to connect with the sacred forces that shaped their existence. On the other side of the world, the vibrant and diverse cultures of India sang of Vishnu, the preserver of the universe. In their stories, the world was born from the cosmic ocean of milk, where Vishnu rested upon a serpent, wrapped in its coils. A gentle breeze stirred the waters and the first lotus emerged, its petals unfurling to reveal Brahma, the creator. With every breath, Brahma crafted the world, his hands moving gracefully, shaping mountains, rivers, and forests. Each creation was imbued with purpose, each element of life a note in the great symphony of existence. The air was thick with devotion as mortals looked to the heavens, yearning for a glimpse of the divine. They built temples adorned with intricate carvings, their prayers rising like incense into the air, mingling with the songs of nature. Each ritual was a dance of gratitude, a recognition of the delicate balance that sustained them. In their hearts, they understood that they were woven into the very fabric of creation, threads in a never-ending tapestry that stretched across time and space. In the Americas, the Mayans spoke of the gods who fashioned the world from the chaos of the cosmos. They believed that the first humans were created from maize, the sacred grain that nourished their bodies and spirits. The gods molded them with care, breathing life into their forms. But when the first creations failed to honor their makers, the gods took a step back, crafting new beings from wood. Yet even these were hollow, lacking the spark of life. Only when the gods descended, weaving their essence into the flesh of humanity, did the true miracle occur. The people rose, imbued with the wisdom of the cosmos, and began to walk the earth, their hearts filled with purpose. With each creation myth, the threads of existence intertwined, echoing the same eternal truth. Life is born from chaos and shaped by the hands of divine beings. The earth hummed with the stories of its creation, a living testament to the emotions and dreams of those who walked upon it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, the myths continued to breathe life into the hearts of believers, fueling their hopes and dreams. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, signaling the storms of fate. The air crackled with anticipation, the echoes of the past intertwining with the present. The world was alive, pulsating with the energy of creation. Each heartbeat a reminder of the delicate balance that held everything together. And as the winds began to howl, the stories of old whispered in the shadows, beckoning all to listen, to remember, to feel. In the flickering light of a campfire, shadows danced around a circle of weary travelers. Their faces were illuminated by the orange glow, revealing eyes filled with stories waiting to be told. The night air hummed with an electric tension, an unspoken connection to the elements that surrounded them. They whispered the names of ancient spirits, the guardians of fire, water, earth, and air. As the flames crackled and the wind whispered secrets through the trees, the familiar warmth seeped into their bones, awakening the primal forces that had shaped their ancestors' lives. Fire, the heart of existence, thrummed with a fierce energy. It was not merely a source of light and warmth, it was a life-giver and a destroyer. The Slavic people revered it, lighting bonfires during festivals, each flame a flicker of their hopes and dreams. Villagers would gather around, their shadows merging into the flame's embrace, while the fire whispered tales of old. It was said that the spirit of the fire, known as Jar Petitsa, the firebird, held the essence of strength and courage. The flickering flame mirrored the soul of each participant, igniting passions and illuminating truths. But it also bore witness to the darker side of humanity, consuming, transforming, and sometimes leaving only ashes in its wake. Water flowed like a memory, a timeless entity that connected the past and the future. The Slavs believed rivers and lakes were sacred, teeming with spirits and ancestors' whispers. The Dnieper and the Volga were more than mere bodies of water. They were the arteries of the earth, nurturing life and carrying stories downstream. They would gather by the riverside, tossing in offerings of bread and honey, silently asking for guidance. The cool touch of water was like a balm, soothing the soul and washing away burdens. Yet, water was capricious, a force that could bring both life and calamity. The legends spoke of Rusalka, the water nymphs who lured the unwary with their enchanting songs, embodying both beauty and danger. The balance between reverence and fear was a delicate dance. Earth held the weight of history, its rich soil cradling the bones of ancestors. For the Slavs, it was a source of sustenance and strength. They honored the land with rituals that aligned them with the cycles of nature. Harvest festivals celebrated the bounty, while the quiet reverence of planting seeds held promises for the future. The earth was a living entity, breathing and pulsating with energy. Spirits roamed the forests and fields, guardians of the land and keepers of ancient wisdom. Baba Yaga, the enigmatic witch of the woods, embodied the earth's dual nature, nurturer and destroyer, healer and trickster. Every root and stone told a story, a testament to survival and resilience, connecting them to their forebears. Air was the whisper of the universe, an invisible force that carried the voices of the past. It was in the rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. The Slavic people looked to the skies and understood that air was life, a conduit of energy that bound them to one another and to the cosmos. The winds held omens, their gentle breezes offering solace while howling gales warned of impending doom. Rituals to honor the winds were common, with songs and chants carried to the heavens like offerings. Svarog, the celestial deity of fire and forging, was also the god of the skies. The sun rose and set under his watchful gaze, a reminder of the cycle of life and death, of beginnings and endings. As the night deepened, the travelers sensed the magnetic pull of these elements. Each flicker of fire, ripple of water, grain of earth, and whisper of air tugged at their hearts, weaving a tapestry of emotions that bound them together. The stories they shared were laced with laughter and tears, joy and sorrow. They felt the breath of their ancestors, an invisible presence mingling with the chill of the night air, reminding them that they were not alone. The essence of fire, water, earth, and air was not just a part of their surroundings. It flowed through their veins, an eternal connection to the magic of existence. The flame suddenly leapt higher, illuminating a face etched with lines of wisdom. An elder spoke of a time when the world was young, when the elements were free to roam and dance with one another. The stories of how fire and water once clashed in a majestic battle, creating thunderous storms and cleansing rains, filled the air with tension. The elder's voice resonated with authority, each word a thread binding their past to the present. The listeners, rapt, leaned closer, absorbing every syllable as if it were a lifeline connecting them to something greater. In that moment, the flickering shadows morphed into figures from the past, warriors, healers, and mystics who had walked the earth before them. Each one had wielded these elements, bending them to their will and invoking their power. The air thickened with the weight of their legacy, wrapping around the travelers like a cloak. The fire crackled louder, echoing the heartbeat of the universe, while the water lapped gently against the shore, a rhythmic reminder of change and continuity. And then, as if summoned by the collective energy of the night, a sudden gust of wind swept through the camp, sending tendrils of smoke spiraling into the sky. The fire flickered, momentarily dimming, as if caught in the eye of a storm. Gasps mingled with whispers of unease. The travelers felt it, a shift in the atmosphere, a charged moment where the air itself seemed to crackle with potential. It was as if the elements were stirring, preparing to reveal their secrets. In the heart of that mystical night, the travelers realized they were at the precipice of something profound. They could feel the pull of the elements, an invitation to learn, to witness, to connect with the very fabric of existence. The world around them hummed with possibility, their senses awakened, heartbeats synchronized with the pulse of nature. It was a call to remember their roots, to embrace the raw, untamed magic that had once thrived in harmony with the earth. As the flames danced and the winds howled, they braced themselves for what lay ahead, knowing the stories of their ancestors were not just tales of the past, but a living, breathing reality that would guide them forward. The night stretched on, filled with an electric tension that promised to unravel and intertwine with the very essence of who they were and who they were destined to become. In the flickering shadows of a small wooden house, a soft rustling filled the air, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. An unseen presence moved among the corners, its breath warm and familiar, yet laced with an undeniable chill. Families had lived beneath this thatched roof for generations, but there was one occupant that no one could see, a domovoi, the guardian spirit of the home. Nikolai, a sturdy farmer with hands calloused by years of toil, had always sensed the spirit's presence. He recalled stories his grandmother told him as a child, how the domovoi was not merely a figment of imagination, but a protector, a watchful guardian of the hearth. It was said that when a family respected their domovoi, they would find good fortune and safety, but neglect it, and the spirit might unleash its wrath, causing mischief and chaos in the home. The image of the domovoi, a tiny, bearded figure resembling a gnome, flickered in Nikolai's mind as he remembered the sound of shifting furniture in the dead of night. Was it the wind, or something more? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows, Nikolai felt a sense of urgency. The air grew heavy with the whispers of the past, and he sensed that the domovoi was restless. In the glow of the fire, he poured a small bowl of milk on the floor, a traditional offering meant to appease the spirit. His heart raced, caught between the realms of reality and the unknown. He had seen the milk vanish overnight, leaving only a faint outline of a small footprint in the dust. The stories of his ancestors echoed in his mind. The domovoi could be a friend, but it demanded respect, a balance of fear and reverence. In the neighboring village, old Marfa was known for her peculiar tales of household spirits. They were not just the domovoi, but a myriad of beings, each with its own unique role. The kikimora, for example, was said to haunt the women's quarters, a spirit that would bring chaos to those who did not keep their homes tidy. Marfa recalled a time when she had failed to tidy her kitchen, only to find flowers scattered across the floor, a clear message from the kikimora. The memory sent shivers down her spine, the relentless chill of the spirit's wrath still fresh in her thoughts. In the quiet of her home, Marfa's mind drifted back to the stories of her youth. She had been told that spirits were everywhere, lurking just beyond the veil of the visible world. The thought made her tremble, for she had felt their presence too often to dismiss them. Her grandfather had once warned her that the spirits of the household were like a mirror reflecting the family's emotions. If they were joyful, the spirits danced along with them. If they were angry or sad, the spirits stirred restlessly, amplifying the discord. On stormy nights, when thunder rattled the windows and the wind howled like a pack of wolves, Marfa would sit close to the fire listening to the creaks of her old house. Each sound seemed to tell a story, a warning, perhaps, from the domovoi or the kikimora. The shadows morphed into dancing figures, and Marfa would clutch her blanket tighter, her imagination running wild with every crack of thunder. The fear that gnawed at her insides was tempered by a strange comfort, knowing that these spirits were her neighbors, watching over her. Across the countryside, the tales of household spirits stretched from generation to generation. In the northern regions, villagers spoke of the Leshy, the spirit of the forest, who would lead the unwary traveler astray. They revered the Leshy even as they feared him, believing that showing respect to the forest would ensure a bountiful harvest. Offerings of bread and salt were laid at the edge of the woods, connecting man to spirit, earth to the ethereal. The forest was alive with murmurs, and the rustle of leaves sounded like soft voices exchanging secrets. As the night wore on, Nikolai felt the weight of generations resting on his shoulders. He could not ignore the whispers, the signs that the spirits were communicating with him. The domovoi, he knew, had a purpose, a protector of his lineage, a silent witness to the joy and sorrow that filled his home. Yet, what if he had begun to take the spirit's presence for granted? What if the offerings of milk were not enough to secure the spirit's favor? The thought twisted in his stomach like a serpent coiling tighter. He decided to honor the domovoi with a feast, a gathering of family and friends, laughter echoing through the halls, and the warm glow of candlelight illuminating the faces of those he loved. It was a celebration of gratitude and respect, a way to reaffirm the bond between the living and the spirits that shared their lives. As his family gathered around the table, the air crackled with an electric energy. Nikolai's heart swelled with pride and a hint of apprehension. He glanced toward the darkened corner of the room, the domovoi's domain. Would the spirit join them tonight? Would it bless their home with harmony, or would it sulk away in disappointment? The tension hung like a storm cloud, ready to burst. In that moment, the wood creaked and a candle flickered, casting a playful dance of shadows across the walls. Laughter erupted around the table, but Nikolai's gaze remained fixed on the corner, A small movement caught his eye, and he felt a shiver race down his spine. The flicker of a bearded figure. Was it just a trick of the light? He couldn't be sure. Yet in his heart he hoped that the domovoi was there, watching over them. A guardian spirit not merely of their household, but of something far greater, their legacy, their love, their lives entwined with the unseen world. Just then the wind howled outside, and for a brief moment the laughter faded, replaced by a palpable stillness. The weight of history pressed down on them all. It was a moment that held its breath, a fleeting glimpse into the ancient magic that danced around them. The spirits of the household stirred, and as Nikolai closed his eyes he could almost hear their whispers, echoing through time, beckoning him to listen more closely. A frigid wind howled through the ancient trees, the moonlight casting eerie shadows that danced along the forest floor. In the distance, a faint whisper echoed, a sound caught between the living and the dead. It was a night where the veil between two worlds thinned, and it was said that the souls of the departed roamed, seeking the warmth of their loved ones or lingering in the sorrow of their untold stories. To the Slavs, this was not just folklore. It was a profound truth, steeped in centuries of beliefs about the afterlife. In the Slavic tradition, the afterlife was a tapestry woven with rich threads of spirituality and ancestral wisdom. The narrative of what lay beyond the grave was not merely a tale told by elders to frighten children into behaving. It was a framework that guided lives and shaped destinies. The universe, in their eyes, was inhabited by spirits, some benevolent, others malevolent, who watched over the living and waited for their time to pass into what was next. There were two distinct paths for the souls of the departed, one leading to the radiant fields of heaven, and the other spiraling down into the scorching depths of hell. Heaven, or Raj, was a place of eternal bliss, where souls danced among the stars, feasting on the sweetest fruits and bathing in the warm glow of the sun. Here, they reunited with ancestors, enveloped in love and laughter, where the burdens of earthly life melted away in an embrace of peace. This was the reward for the righteous, those whose hearts brimmed with kindness and whose deeds shone brightly like the morning sun. The Slavic vision of heaven was not merely a place of idle pleasure, but rather a sacred space where souls continued their journey of growth and enlightenment. It was said that the spirits in Raj had the ability to watch over their living relatives, guiding them through their trials and whispering wisdom into their hearts. The connection between the two worlds never truly severed. It was a bond that transcended the physical realm. But even in this idyllic paradise, a shadow loomed: hell. Hell, known as Niz, was a much darker tale. It was a chilling abyss, a place of torment and despair ruled by the sinister figure of Chernobog, the black god. The landscape was filled with fire and ice where the wails of the damned echoed, creating a haunting symphony of suffering. Souls who had lived selfishly, who had harmed others without remorse, found themselves trapped in this eternal nightmare. The images of their wrongdoings replayed like a relentless film, haunting them as flames licked at their feet and darkness swallowed their cries for help. In the villages nestled among the hills and valleys, stories about the afterlife were told around flickering campfires. Children would shiver in delight and fear as they listened to their parents recount the fates of spirits who had wandered too far from the light. Elders would nod knowingly, their faces creased with the weight of experience as they spoke of the many ways one could fall from grace. It was believed that if a soul were not properly honored through rituals and offerings, they could become restless, wandering the earth in search of recognition, or worse, slipping into the grasp of Niz. As the tales unfolded, the tension in the air thickened. The villagers would share stories of pagan rituals, where offerings of bread, salt, and even vodka were left at crossroads to please wandering spirits. They knew that the dead were never truly gone. They lingered, waiting for acknowledgement from the living. A single flower laid on a grave could mean the difference between peace and torment for those who had passed, and the living carried that weight on their shoulders. The fear of what lay beyond was a constant undercurrent, shaping their choices and molding their hearts. The Slavic understanding of the afterlife was also steeped in the belief of reincarnation. Some souls were thought to return to Earth, inhabiting new bodies, allowing them to rectify past mistakes or continue their journey toward enlightenment. This cycle kept the connection between life and death ever present, a reminder that every action mattered, and every decision carried the weight of eternity. One could not delve into Slavic beliefs without acknowledging the role of the family. The bonds forged in life echoed beyond the grave. Spirits were often summoned during family gatherings, their presence felt in the laughter of children and the warmth shared among kin. It was customary to set an extra place at the table, a symbolic gesture that honored the departed and invited them to partake in the joy of the living. This practice was a bittersweet reminder of the thin line that separated joy from sorrow, love from loss. As the nights grew colder and the days shorter, tales of the afterlife turned more urgent, painted with strokes of desperation and longing. An old woman in the village often spoke of her son, lost to war, who she believed wandered the fields at night searching for her. She would leave a piece of bread on the windowsill, tears glistening in her eyes, knowing that he could hear her prayers. The hearts of the villagers ached for her. They understood the depth of her grief and the hope that flickered in the darkness. They, too, feared the unknown, the possibility of being forgotten once they crossed over. With every story, the fires flickered, shadows danced, and the line between life and death blurred. The villagers' voices intertwined like a haunting melody, creating a deep echo of human experience, of love and loss, of hope and despair. As the night stretched on, it became a canvas rich with emotion, and the tales of heaven and hell painted vivid images in the minds of those who listened. The wind howled once more, carrying with it the whispers of the departed, reminding everyone that the afterlife remained a mystery, an enigma that beckoned them closer, yet left them with questions that echoed in the silence of the night. The stories would continue to live on, threaded into the very fabric of their existence, a reminder that every soul has a journey, and every journey has its end, yet perhaps also a beginning. At dusk, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of crimson and violet, a chill swept through the air, whispering ancient secrets that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, one could almost hear the echoes of long-forgotten rituals, the murmurs of incantations that had once summoned forces beyond comprehension. Magic, in its simplest form, was the manipulation of unseen energies, the art of bending the fabric of reality to one's will. It was a dance with the unknown, forever straddling the line between wonder and dread. As the darkness settled, the flickering light of a solitary candle illuminated a weathered tome, its pages yellowed with age, filled with cryptic symbols and illustrations of mystical artifacts. This was the world of sorcery, a world that had captivated the minds of scholars and seekers throughout the ages. Yet magic was not merely a tool, it was a language spoken by the earth and sky, a heartbeat behind the actions of those who dared to tap into its power. In ancient Egypt, priests donned linen robes and muttered spells to channel the favor of gods like Thoth, the keeper of wisdom. They believed that words spoken aloud could awaken the spirits of the dead, guiding lost souls through the afterlife. Meanwhile, in the shadowy forests of Europe, witches gathered under the cover of night, their cauldrons bubbling with strange brews. They were seen as both healers and harbingers of doom, wielding a potent mix of herbs and incantations that could bring fortune or ruin. The line separating magic from sorcery was as thin as a spider's silk, woven into the very fabric of human history. Magic, at its essence, was a reflection of the world around it. It was the art of creation, a manifestation of human desire and intent. Sorcery, on the other hand, was often viewed through a darker lens, a manipulation of that same energy for personal gain or vengeance. The ancient Greeks spoke of magoi, wise men from the east who could summon the elements and converse with the heavens. Their practices were both revered and feared, and their spells were said to weave the very threads of fate itself. Yet the sorcerers who followed would often be labeled as charlatans or evildoers, shunned for their willingness to delve into the darker aspects of magic. In the medieval ages, the distinction between magic and sorcery hardened, influenced by the rise of Christianity. The Church condemned the practices of those who sought to manipulate divine forces, branding them as heretics. Yet, the allure of magic remained strong. Alchemists, those early scientists, sought to transform base metals into gold and find the elixir of life. Their experiments, a blend of science and sorcery, paved the way for the modern sciences that would follow, but at a cost. Those who practiced too openly faced persecution, hunted like animals by the very society they sought to enlighten. In the streets of Salem in the late 1600s, fear ignited a frenzy. The whispers of witchcraft swirled like a tempest, fueled by paranoia and superstition. Women accused of sorcery were dragged into the light of an unforgiving sun, their fates sealed by the hysteria surrounding them. Magic, once a source of healing and wisdom, became a weapon wielded by the fearful. In those dark days, the line between magic and sorcery blurred beyond recognition, with innocent lives caught in the crossfire. Throughout history, different cultures have cast their own shadows on the definitions of magic and sorcery. In the East, the rich tapestry of Hindu tradition spoke of siddhis, mystical powers gained through rigorous spiritual practice. These were not mere tricks. They promised enlightenment and self-realization. Yet, to the uninitiated, such powers might easily be mistaken for sorcery, misjudged and feared. In Africa, the practice of Vodou emerged, a complex belief system intertwining magic and ancestral worship, often misrepresented in the West as dark sorcery. This misunderstanding led to a dehumanization of the practitioners who wielded their magic as a means of connection to their heritage. As seasons changed and civilizations rose and fell, the definitions continued to morph. The Renaissance birthed a new understanding of magic, as thinkers like Paracelsus redefined the art as a blend of natural philosophy and deeper spiritual insight. Magic became a tool for healing and understanding the mysteries of existence. Yet sorcery lingered like a shadow, lurking in the corners of every village and town, whispered about in hushed tones by those who feared its power. In the far reaches of the Arctic, shamans called upon the spirits of the land, their rituals steeped in both magic and sorcery. They were the keepers of balance, able to heal the sick and commune with nature's forces. Their practices were far from the dark images painted by colonial eyes. They were rooted in love, respect, and a sacred connection to the world. Yet even they were sometimes viewed through the lens of suspicion, their gifts misunderstood by those who thought only in black and white. As the candle flickered, the pages of the ancient tome continued to rustle in the cool evening breeze, whispering stories of both magic and sorcery, their intertwined fates echoing through the ages. The tension between creation and destruction, light and shadow, lingered in the air, an eternal dance of power and consequence. The very essence of existence was imbued with the potential for both wonder and terror, a reminder that every choice carries a weight, a ripple that can alter the course of history. In the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkled like distant watchers, the distinction between magic and sorcery faded into the horizon, leaving only the raw, pulsing heart of human desire, a longing to understand, to connect, to wield power. And as the winds howled and the shadows deepened, the lines drawn by men became a mere illusion, fading into the rich tapestry of life where magic and sorcery danced forever, entwined in an endless embrace. The flickering flames danced in the shadows, casting elongated silhouettes against the damp stone walls. In that dim light, an ancient ritual unfolded, shrouded in mystery and woven into the very fabric of existence. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, an intoxicating blend that stirred forgotten memories and whispered promises. Each heartbeat echoed the pulse of the earth, and the participants, wrapped in dark, flowing robes, stood in a circle, their faces obscured but their intent unmistakable. They were guardians of ancient knowledge, wielders of an unseen power that transcended time. As the chant began, a low hum vibrated through the ground, resonating with the very core of the universe. The words, archaic and melodic, wove through the air like a silken thread, connecting them to a lineage that stretched back countless generations. It was a language lost to most, yet here it sprang to life, rich with authority and urgency. Each syllable was weighted with meaning, a bridge to the spirits of ancestors who had walked this earth long before them. The past and present blurred, creating a tapestry of enchantment that wrapped around them like a shroud. Their hands rose in unison, palms open to the sky as if pleading with the heavens for strength and guidance. In that moment, they were not merely practitioners. They were conduits for forces that had governed the world long before civilization took its first breath. The gathering was charged with an energy that crackled in the air, an electric anticipation that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. This was the essence of ancient magic, a framework constructed from rituals and rites, each meticulously designed to connect the mundane with the divine. As the ritual intensified, one could almost hear the voices of the past, echoing through time. The chants rose and fell like the tide, enveloping the participants in a cocoon of sound. Each note resonated with the heartbeat of the earth, as if the very soil beneath their feet awoke from its slumber to join in this sacred dance. The simplicity of their actions belied the complexity of their purpose. Every gesture held intention. Every whisper in the darkness carried the weight of 1,000 prayers. Candles flickered, illuminating a makeshift altar adorned with tokens of devotion. Stones smoothed by the river's flow, feathers gifted by the wind, and bowls filled with offerings of grains and fruits. Each item was a testament to the relationship between humanity and nature, a reminder that magic was not simply conjured, but cultivated through respect and reverence. The altar was a microcosm of the world, a sacred space where heaven met earth and where the divine could be called upon to influence the lives of those who dared to believe. Seasons changed, and so did the rituals. The spring equinox heralded a time of rebirth, where the participants would gather to plant seeds, both literal and metaphorical. As the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the dark corners of their world, they poured their hopes and dreams into the soil, trusting that the earth would nurture their offerings. The summer solstice brought wild celebrations, where laughter mingled with firelight, and the air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers. Rituals of gratitude were performed, giving thanks to the sun for its life-giving warmth. Autumn marked a time of reflection. Shadows grew longer, and the chill in the air prompted the gathering of stories. Around crackling fires, they would recount tales of victories and losses, celebrating the cycle of life and death. As the leaves turned golden and fell to the ground, so too did they honor the spirits who had passed, believing that those who had gone before them would guide their paths. The winter solstice, shrouded in silence, was reserved for introspection, a time to commune with the inner self, a moment to listen to the whispers of the soul. Each rite was a thread in the vast tapestry of magic, a practice deeply rooted in the human experience. They were rituals of healing, of protection, and of connection. When the world felt heavy with sorrow, they would gather to share their grief, creating a space for healing to flourish. The power of community lay in their shared experiences, binding them together in ways that transcended individual struggles. A single tear shed in the name of a lost loved one could spark a flame of hope, igniting the hearts of those who bore witness. Through the ages, ancient magic held steadfast against the encroaching shadows of doubt. It was a lifeline, a promise etched in the quiet moments of life. The rites acted as anchors, grounding individuals in a world that often felt chaotic and overwhelming. They were reminders of the cycles of life, the ebb and flow of existence, and the interconnectedness of all things. In these sacred gatherings, a profound truth emerged. The past was never truly gone. It lived on in the hearts of those willing to remember. Yet within this sacred framework lay a tension. The boundary between the living and the dead was fragile, and within the rituals, there lingered the unspoken knowledge of what could be summoned. The participants treaded carefully, aware of the thin veil that separated them from the unseen realms. With each incantation, they called upon forces that could just as easily bless as they could curse. The weight of their responsibility hung heavy in the air, palpable and electric. As the night deepened, the participants became more entranced, their voices rising like an incantation into the night sky. The flames flickered with newfound urgency, casting light upon the faces of the devoted. Their eyes reflected a wild mix of hope and fear, for they understood the delicate dance they performed. In that sacred moment, they were not only practitioners of ancient magic but also explorers of the unknown, standing at the precipice of discovery. The air pulsed with an unseen force, drawing them closer to the edge of revelation. Every heartbeat resonated with the promise of connection, echoing the stories of countless souls who had come before. The night was far from over, and the essence of magic breathed life into their gathering. They were on the brink of something profound, a threshold that beckoned with whispers of power, waiting for them to cross into the realm of legends. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient forest. A hush fell over the clearing, where the spirits of the past seemed to breathe through the rustling leaves. In this sacred space, the line between the living and the unseen blurred, setting the stage for something extraordinary. Here, amidst the flickering shadows and the scent of damp earth, shamans and priests stood poised at the brink of the mystical, wielding powers that could shape destinies, mend broken hearts, and even summon storms. As night enveloped the land, the shamans, dressed in woven robes adorned with animal symbols and vibrant beads, began their sacred rituals. Each flick of their wrist, each chant echoing through the woods, was more than just a performance. It was a bridge to the divine. They were the mediators, the ones who could speak to the gods, who could summon the ancestors from the depths of time, and who knew the secrets whispered by the winds. Their eyes sparkled with a knowing fire, a glimmer of the otherworldly that seemed to connect them to a power much greater than themselves. Priests, too, held their ground with an unyielding presence, their voices strong and steady, invoking the names of ancient deities. They stood as guardians of tradition, the keepers of sacred knowledge passed down through generations. With every lit candle, they bound the community together, creating a tapestry of faith and magic. The rituals performed were not mere ceremonies. They were lifelines, invoking protection, blessings, and bountiful harvests, while warding off the shadows that threatened to engulf the living. In the stillness, one could hear the faint sound of drums echoing through the trees, summoning spirits from their slumber. The beat resonated like a heartbeat, rhythmic and compelling, urging everyone to join in the dance of life. The shamans led the way, their movements fluid and hypnotic, as if they were channeling the very essence of nature itself. With each step, they moved closer to the sacred fire, a symbol of transformation and rebirth, where the mundane burned away and the extraordinary emerged. The heat of the flames cast flickering shadows, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd, men and women, young and old, each face etched with a mix of anticipation and reverence. They were drawn into the spellbinding atmosphere, their hearts pounding in unison with the drums. The shamans reached for the ground, gathering herbs and sacred objects, creating powerful talismans that would carry their intentions into the night. The air thickened with the smell of burning sage and sweetgrass, a fragrant offering to the spirits as their voices rose higher, weaving songs of longing and hope. Among them, a young shaman named Alina felt the weight of generations on her shoulders. With each incantation, she could feel the spirits responding, guiding her, whispering secrets that danced at the edge of her consciousness. Her fingertips brushed against the earth, connecting her to the heartbeat of the land. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to be swept away, envisioning the ancestors who had come before her, their struggles, their triumphs, and the magic that coursed through their veins. But not all was serene. A chill crept through the air as shadows loomed closer, bearing witness to the fragile balance of life and death. The ancient spirits, both benevolent and malevolent, were always near, waiting for an invitation to either bless or curse. The priests sensed the disturbance, their chants growing louder, more insistent, as they sought to reassure the gathering with stories of resilience and strength. They spoke of the earth's cycles, of the life-giving energy that flowed through all living things, reminding everyone that they were not alone in their struggles. As the night deepened, a sudden storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling overhead, rumbling ominously. The atmosphere shifted, a palpable energy crackling through the air. The shamans and priests exchanged glances, their instincts kicking in. This was no ordinary storm. It was a sign, a message from the gods. They raised their arms to the heavens, their voices rising in unison, calling upon the forces of nature to stand with them. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the clearing in flashes of brilliant light. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. But Elena stood firm. She could feel the connection to the spirits intensifying, their whispers growing louder, urging her to take control. She stepped forward, her voice rising above the chaos, chanting an ancient invocation. The words flowed from her lips with a strength she never knew she possessed, bridging the gap between the earthly realm and the divine. The winds howled in response, swirling around her, wrapping her in a cocoon of power and purpose. The priests joined her, their voices creating a symphony of hope that resonated through the very fabric of reality. The storm raged, but within the clearing, a sense of calm began to settle. The spirits responded, bringing forth a vision of protection and unity. The community, once paralyzed by fear, began to chant along, their voices melding into a single powerful force that rose to meet the storm. As the first droplets of rain fell, a tranquil energy enveloped the space. Elena felt the spirits embrace her, filling her with an overwhelming sense of belonging. In that moment, she understood the profound role of shamans and priests in Slavic magic, not just as intermediaries between worlds, but as the heart and soul of the community. They carried the burdens of their people, transforming fear into strength, darkness into light, and doubt into faith. The storm, once a harbinger of chaos, became a symbol of renewal, a testament to the power of collective belief. With the winds now a gentle caress, the fire crackled with renewed vigor, flames reaching skyward as if to touch the stars. Elena knew this was just the beginning. The spirits had much more to reveal, and the night was far from over. The gathering pulsed with energy, a living entity woven together by magic, tradition, and an unwavering resolve. The future was unfolding, and with it, the promise of more rituals, more revelations, a journey through time, where the legacies of the shamans and priests would continue to ripple through the ages, forever entwined with the lives of those who dared to believe. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows across the walls, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. In the dimly lit room, the air felt electric, alive with whispers of fate and destiny. A small wooden table stood at the center, adorned with an array of mysterious instruments, each holding stories from ages long past. Each object seemed to hum with energy, a silent testament to humanity's age-old quest for knowledge beyond the veil. In ancient times, divination was not merely a practice, it was a sacred rite, a profound connection between the human spirit and the cosmos. The Greeks, with their intricate system of oracles, believed that the gods spoke through the rustling leaves of the sacred oak at Dodona. Priests would listen closely, interpreting the sounds as divine messages, omens of what was to come. The very ground trembled beneath their feet as they awaited signs from the heavens, their hearts racing with hope and dread. In the East, the practice of I Ching, or the Book of Changes, offered a different path to enlightenment. With a simple toss of coins or the sorting of yarrow sticks, one could glimpse the profound wisdom of the universe. Each result was a hexagram, a symbol that contained within it layers of meaning, a story waiting to unfold. The practitioners felt a rush of emotion, an undeniable connection to the ancient sages who had laid down these teachings as they pondered their futures with bated breath. Across the vast plains of the Americas, shamans used visions and dreams as their gateway to knowledge. They would enter trances, often aided by the intoxicating effects of sacred plants, seeking guidance from spirits who roamed the ethereal realms. Their drums echoed through the night, a heartbeat resonating with the pulse of nature. The tension rose as they danced around the fire, their bodies moving in rhythm with the universe, waiting for a message that could change the course of a life forever. In medieval Europe, the art of scrying emerged, transforming reflective surfaces into portals of possibility. Crystal balls, polished mirrors, and even pools of water became instruments of foresight. A skilled seer could peer into these depths, their mind's eye unlocking visions of the past, present, and future. The thrill of uncertainty filled the air as those seeking answers felt the weight of their questions pressing against their chests, their hearts racing with the promise of revelation. Tarot cards, with their vibrant imagery and rich symbolism, became a powerful tool for divination in the Renaissance. Each card drawn held the potential to unveil hidden truths, to illuminate paths unseen. The shuffle of the deck was a sacred ritual, every card a heartbeat echoing the seeker's desires and fears. As the cards were laid bare, the tension in the room swelled, every gaze fixed on the unfolding story, each turn of fate sending shivers down spines. The pendulum, a simple yet profound tool, swung with a life of its own. In the hands of a gifted practitioner, it became a bridge between the seen and the unseen, an instrument to gauge the energies at play. The gentle sway could answer questions, revealing yes or no with each languorous movement. The air would thicken with suspense, the very act of waiting for the pendulum to still feeling almost unbearable, as emotions danced between hope and despair. Runes, carved from ancient stones, whispered secrets of the old gods. Each symbol was laden with meaning, a connection to a time when the world was young and full of magic. The act of casting runes felt sacred, fingers trembling with anticipation as the stones fell, revealing a narrative that intertwined with the seeker's life. The echoes of ancestral wisdom surged through the heart, a reminder that the past was never truly gone, but forever whispered through time. As the night deepened, the myriad of divination practices continued to intertwine, each method a thread in the grand tapestry of human experience. The air was thick with shared breaths and unspoken fears, as seekers clung to their chosen instruments, hearts pounding in sync with the ticking clock of destiny. The flicker of candles offered fleeting glimpses of hope, illuminating faces etched with concern and curiosity. The ancients had known the power of symbols, and the zodiac became a celestial map to guide those who dared to look. Astrologers would analyze the positions of stars and planets, mapping the heavens above to divine fortunes below. The tapestry of the universe unfurled before them, revealing patterns that echoed the very essence of life. As each horoscope was read, the atmosphere crackled with energy, the tension palpable as each line unfolded the secrets of existence. The belief in divination transcended cultures and ages. It was an intrinsic part of human nature. Whether through bones tossed on the ground, the intricate art of numerology, or the hypnotic patterns of tea leaves swirling in a cup, each method stirred deep emotions. The weight of possibility hung like a thick fog, wrapping around those seeking answers, their minds racing with the implications of what they might discover. The room pulsed with the heartbeat of countless generations, each seeking to pierce the veil of uncertainty, to grasp at the threads of fate woven into the very fabric of their lives. The instruments of divination lay before them, not just as tools, but as conduits of hope and fear. The flickering flames reflected in their eyes mirrored the turmoil within, as the weight of their choices loomed larger than life itself. And so, the atmosphere thickened, the tension primed for the next turn of fate. Each method, steeped in history and mystery, beckoned them to take a chance, to confront the unknown. What revelations awaited as they turned to the next chapter of their intertwined destinies? The instruments and methods lay ready, waiting to unveil whispers of the past, present, and future, inviting them to lean closer, to listen intently, and to feel the pulse of life that surged through each moment, each breath. In the dim light of a small cottage, the air thick with the scent of wild herbs, a figure hunched over a wooden table, hands stained with the earth's gifts. An ancient woman, crone-like yet vibrant, whispered incantations that danced through the air like butterflies, weaving unseen threads between the world of the living and the unseen. Every plant had its purpose, and she knew them all by heart, the sacred power they held, their ancestral roots entwined with the very soil beneath her feet. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, carrying stories of old, tales of healing, protection, and magic that reached far back into the mists of time. In Slavic tradition, herbs were not merely plants, they were allies, companions in the human experience. They thrived in every corner of life, from birth to death, in joy and sorrow alike. The elderberry, with its dark, glimmering berries, was believed to shield against evil spirits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, families would hang bunches by their doors to guard their homes. Each household held its own herbarium, an intimate collection of dried leaves, flowers, and roots, meticulously gathered and preserved, each bundle echoing the stories of generations. The young woman, Yulia, ventured into the forest one crisp morning, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and fear. The elders spoke of a rare flower, the Vodyanoy's tear, said to bloom only at the stroke of midnight beneath the full moon. It was believed to hold the power to grant visions of one's true path. As she tread softly over the frost-kissed earth, the shadows of towering trees loomed like the guardians of secrets long forgotten. The air was thick with an electric anticipation, and she could almost hear the whispers of the ancients guiding her forward. The forest was alive, a world all its own, filled with the laughter of leaves and the soft rustle of unseen creatures. Each step Yulia took felt like a prayer, and she could sense the magic thrumming beneath her feet. She reached a clearing, her breath hitching as she beheld the moonlight spilling like silver upon the ground. In the center, the Vodyanoy's tear glowed softly, its petals shimmering like stars fallen from the sky. Yulia knelt, her heart racing as she reached out, feeling the warmth radiate from the delicate bloom. But as her fingers brushed the petals, a gust of wind howled through the clearing, chilling her to the bone. She froze, fear creeping up her spine. The forest was not just a place of beauty, it was also a realm of ancient spirits, some benevolent, others vengeful. The tales warned of those who dared to take without respect, and Yulia felt the weight of those warnings pressing down on her. She whispered a prayer, an invocation of gratitude, hoping to curry favor with the spirits as she carefully plucked the flower, her hands trembling with reverence. Back in her village, the elders gathered, their faces etched with the wisdom of ages. Yulia presented the flower, a sacred gift that pulsed with potential. The village healer, a woman with eyes like storm clouds, took the bloom in her gnarled hands. "This is no ordinary herb," she murmured, her voice a blend of awe and concern. "It is a bridge to the spirit world. We must approach it with caution." The gathering was charged with energy as they prepared an infusion, the air thick with anticipation and trepidation. Yulia watched, spellbound, as they combined the Vodyanoy's tear with other potent herbs, sage for purification, thyme for courage, and chamomile for clarity. Each ingredient was chosen with painstaking care, a reflection of their bond with the earth. As the potion simmered, the room filled with a heady aroma that seemed to swirl through the very essence of the village. Night descended, wrapping the village in a blanket of darkness, pierced only by the flickering glow of candles. The villagers formed a circle, their hands joined, hearts beating as one. As the healer began to chant, the air vibrated with energy, and the walls of the cottage seemed to dissolve, revealing a tapestry of stars. Yulia felt a pull, an invitation to step closer to the unknown. As the potion was shared, visions flickered like shadows on the walls, images of ancestors, lost loved ones, and fateful decisions. Yulia saw faces unfamiliar yet comforting, the echoes of her heritage breathing life into her very soul. The plants had spoken through time, their wisdom flowing through her veins. In that moment, she understood. Herbs were not just tools. They were conduits of energy and emotion, a living thread that connected the past to the present. Then, as if the very fabric of the night had fractured, a scream pierced the air. A villager collapsed, clutching their chest in agony. Panic surged through the group, and the healer dashed forward, her wisdom battling against the chaos. "The spirits are restless," she shouted, urgency lacing her voice. "The balance is disturbed." Yulia's heart raced as she watched the herbal remedy transform from a source of vision to a desperate plea for salvation. Time stretched thin as the villagers rallied, their fear replaced by fierce determination. They gathered herbs, calling upon the very forces they had sought to commune with moments before. Each handful of leaves and roots was infused with their collective hope, their love, their desperation. They wove spells and chants, invoking the ancestors, binding their energies in a last-ditch effort to heal. In that critical moment, Yulia felt the connection between life and death tighten. The power of herbs was not simply in their physical presence. It was in the heart of the people who believed, who dared to dream, who used the gifts of the earth to bridge the gap between worlds. Every pulse, every breath, every whispered prayer became part of a larger whole. As the night wore on, the boundaries of reality blurred, and the spirit world beckoned. The villagers, bound by magic and emotion, understood that they were not alone. They were the keepers of tales, the guardians of sacred knowledge, and the children of the earth. The story of their lives was intertwined with the herbs they cherished, and as they fought against the darkness, a new chapter began to unfold, one that would echo through the generations. A child clutches a small carved stone, feeling the coolness of its surface against his palm. It's just an object, a humble piece of rock, yet in his mind it radiates an aura of power. He believes it will protect him from the shadows lurking beyond his bedroom door, the ones whispered about by older siblings in the hushed tones of night. He knows nothing of history, of how that very belief echoes through centuries, where countless others have sought out similar charms to shield them from the unknown. In ancient Egypt, priests meticulously crafted amulets adorned with symbols of gods and goddesses. These symbols weren't mere decorations, they were lifelines. The Eye of Horus, often etched into tiny pieces of lapis lazuli, was revered as a guardian against evil forces. It was said that wearing such an amulet could bring not just protection, but health, prosperity, and wisdom. When the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert sands, the Egyptians clutched their amulets closely, believing they would keep malevolent spirits at bay during the dark hours. As the sun set on a village in ancient Mesopotamia, the air thickened with a palpable tension. A mother, desperate to shield her child from the harshness of the world, hung a small clay figure around his neck. The figure, a representation of a protective deity, was believed to ward off illness and misfortune. Mothers like her would often gather, sharing stories of how these talismans had brought good luck or chased away sickness, their voices mingling in the warm evening air, a chorus of hope against despair. In the Far East, the tradition of talismans flourished. The Chinese would intricately carve symbols onto jade, believing the stone to be imbued with the essence of life itself. These talismans were more than just pretty objects. They were woven into the very fabric of existence. Families would pass down jade pieces through generations, each carrying stories and memories, entwined with protective spells and blessings for the future. When a child was born, they would often be gifted such a talisman, a silent promise that they would never face the world alone. Meanwhile, in the heart of Africa, tribal warriors adorned themselves with amulets made from animal bones and vibrant beads. These were not mere decorations, but powerful symbols of strength and courage. Each warrior believed that their amulet carried the spirit of the animal it was made from, granting them bravery in battle, shielding them from harm. It was a dance of life and death, where the line blurred, and the amulets became not just objects but extensions of their very souls. Across the ocean, the indigenous peoples of North America wore talismans that told stories of their ancestors. Strung from leather, adorned with feathers and beads, each piece was a narrative of protection, a connection to the spirits of their forebears. These talismans were worn with reverence, not only for physical safety but as a reminder of one's identity and place in the universe. When the drums would beat under a star-studded sky, the air was thick with the weight of generations, each amulet a testament to their resilience and belief. As dusk descended on the streets of medieval Europe, the clang of church bells signaled not just the passing of time, but the presence of the divine. People carried small crosses or images of saints, believing fervently that these symbols would keep them safe from the dangers that lurked in the shadows. The fear of the unknown, of witches, of the devil himself, was ever present. Amulets became a tangible reassurance, a way to hold on to faith amidst uncertainty. The smell of burning candles mingled with the scent of wood and stone, an enveloping embrace of comfort against the chaos of the world. In Asia, the ancient practice of feng shui emphasized the power of symbols in one's environment. Talismans were strategically placed within homes, believed to attract positive energy and dispel negativity. A simple piece of paper with an intricate design, when hung in the right spot, could transform a dwelling into a sanctuary. Families would meticulously choose their symbols, their eyes gleaming with hope as they envisioned a life filled with prosperity and harmony. Yet, not all protective symbols brought comfort. In darker times, amulets were crafted with sinister purposes, designed to curse or bring ill fortune upon enemies. The very same symbols that once offered protection could twist into instruments of fear and control. The line between light and shadow blurred, and throughout history, those who sought power often turned to these ancient symbols, desperate for control over their fates. As the moon shone brightly over the world, it illuminated the many forms of protective symbols that have existed for centuries, each one steeped in rich narratives and emotional weight. The stories wrapped around them connected people across time and space, binding them together in a shared yearning for safety, for peace. In the soft whispers of the night, one could almost hear the echoes of those who came before, their hopes and fears pulsating through the very fabric of these talismans. The child still clutches his small stone, believing in its power. He doesn't know of the ancient Egyptians or the tribal warriors, the mothers or the townsfolk who sought similar protection. But the history is alive, woven into the very essence of that little object, bridging the gap between his small world and the vast tapestry of human experience. It is a talisman of hope, a beacon of light in an often darkened path, and as he sits there, the shadows of the night no longer seem so daunting. With each passing moment, the thread connecting the past and the present grows stronger. The protective symbols that have been molded, carved, and crafted throughout history still resonate today, an unbroken chain of human emotion, fear, and the relentless pursuit of safety. And so, the story continues, wrapping around itself, ready to lead into the next chapter of this endless quest for solace and protection. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over an ancient forest where shadows danced like whispers on the wind. In this mystical place, stories breathed life into the night, echoing the voices of those who once walked the earth. Legends, rich with emotion and weighty with history, drifted through the trees, weaving a tapestry of enchantment that made the heart race and the skin prickle with delight and dread. Once, in a village nestled between hills, a fire crackled, sending embers spiraling into the dark. Around it sat elders, their faces etched with the maps of time, as they shared tales that transcended mere words. Each story was a fragment of magic, alive with the power to transport listeners to realms where giants roamed and fairies mischievously darted between the trees. These were more than just stories. They were the lifeblood of the community, threading generations together with invisible cords of shared experience. In one such tale, a courageous girl named Ilara ventured into the woods to find a stolen treasure. As she stepped into the dense underbrush, the legends of her ancestors whispered from the leaves, cautioning her against the lurking dangers. The wind howled, and the trees creaked, as if the forest itself were alive, both a guardian and a trickster. The old ones spoke of a malevolent spirit haunting the very paths she tread, a creature that fed off fear and despair, transforming bravery into folly. Ilara, fueled by the stories of her people, pressed on, her resolve tightening with each heartbeat. The echoes of those who had come before her wrapped around her like a warm cloak, urging her forward. In many cultures, folklore serves as both a mirror and a window. It reflects the values, fears, and dreams of a people while offering a glimpse into worlds beyond the mundane. Take the tale of the Nukkalavi from Orkney, an abominable creature, half horse, half human, whose very breath could wilt crops and spread disease. To the islanders, this story was not mere entertainment. It was a solemn warning penned in the ink of terror. The Nukkalavi showed the consequences of straying from the community's ethical compass, embodying the dread of nature's wrath when harmony was disrupted. As the nights melted into years, the telling of these tales morphed, yet the essence remained unchanged. Children of the village gathered around the flickering fire, their eyes wide and gleaming, hanging on to every word as if the fables were lifelines thrown into the sea of the unknown. The fear of the dark was balanced by the hope that accompanied every moral lesson, teaching them resilience and respect for the world around them. Those stories, like ancient scrolls, held the wisdom of ages, reminding them to tread lightly on the earth and cherish the bonds that held their community together. Yet not all tales were shrouded in darkness. Joyful legends, filled with laughter and love, danced alongside the scary ones. In many southern African cultures, the tales of Anansi the spider captivated audiences with his cunning and wit. He was a trickster, yes, but also a teacher, reminding listeners that intelligence could outsmart brute strength. Anansi's escapades sparked giggles from children even as they traced the contours of morality hiding within his clever schemes. The stories of Anansi, woven through the fabric of society, illustrated how laughter could lighten the burden of life, making it possible to face challenges with a smile. Throughout history, these stories were not confined to firesides alone. They spilled into the streets and fields, shaping the very landscape of human connection. Festivals sprang up around them, where communities gathered to celebrate their shared heritage. In a brilliant dance of culture, these events transformed mere storytelling into vibrant expressions of identity and belonging. As drums beat and voices rose in unison, the air thickened with magic, wrapping around the attendees like a comforting embrace, binding them to their past while igniting their dreams for the future. Yet, in the shadows lingered the weight of forgotten stories, those silenced by the march of time. The voices of marginalized groups, women, indigenous peoples, and the oppressed, held rich tales yearning to be told. The erasure of their narratives cast a pall over the collective memory, leaving gaping holes in the tapestry of folklore. But as whispers of change began to arise, these voices emerged from the depths, reclaiming their space within the grand narrative. New legends were born, weaving threads of hope, resistance, and resilience, allowing individuals to find their footing in a world that had often overlooked them. Beneath the surface, folklore thrummed with life, pulsating in every community. In the bustling markets of Marrakech, vendors told tales of jinns and enchanted carpets. In the snowy expanses of Siberia, elders spoke of the brave heroes who conquered the harshest winters. Each story resonated with echoes of emotion, from love to loss, from triumph to tragedy, reminding all who listened that they were not alone in their experiences. The magic in these tales was not merely in the fantastical elements, but in their ability to touch the human spirit, revealing the universal threads that bind all people together. As the fire crackled and the stories flowed, a palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air, pregnant with the promise of more. What would be shared next? What lessons would emerge from the flickering shadows? The tension built, like a drum roll in the silence, inviting every ear and heart to lean closer, to listen deeper. The night was still young, and the tales had just begun to unfurl, a rich tapestry yet to be woven, full of heroes waiting to rise, trials waiting to be faced, and magic waiting to be unleashed once more. The air hung thick with anticipation as the first hints of spring brushed against the winter-stiffened landscape. Everyone could feel it, an invisible thread woven through the fabric of time, pulling them toward a celebration. Families emerged from their snug homes, laughter spilling into the streets, blending with the earthy tones of new life awakening from its slumber. It was a time of seasonal festivals, a vibrant dance depicting the eternal cycle of nature, filled with magic, hope, and the deep-rooted traditions that had shaped cultures for centuries. In ancient times, long before the convenience of calendars and clocks, communities marked the passing seasons with rituals that resonated deep within their souls. The festivals were not merely parties. They were sacred events, an acknowledgement of the bond between humankind and the earth beneath their feet. During the spring equinox, for instance, people rejoiced in the balance of day and night, their joy echoing the awakening of the world. As the sun began to loom larger in the sky, villagers would gather to plant seeds, each one a promise of future abundance. The air would be alive with the aroma of freshly turned earth, the sound of laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of new leaves. With the arrival of summer, the energy shifted dramatically. The sun blazed fiercely, igniting the spirit of festivity. The festival of midsummer, with its bonfires and dancing, drew people from far and wide. They would leap over flames, believing that each jump would ward off misfortune and bring them closer to the harvest they so eagerly awaited. In these moments, hearts beat faster, and the world seemed to vibrate with a joyful kind of chaos. The fields, heavy with golden grain, promised sustenance, and the townsfolk would celebrate with feasts overflowing with fruits and grains, their laughter ringing out like a melody carried by the warm summer breeze. As summer faded into autumn, the air grew crisp and cool, and the landscape transformed into a canvas of fiery reds and oranges. The harvest festivals were a time for gratitude, a celebration of the fruits of labor. People would gather to share meals made from the bounty of the fields, their tables laden with pumpkins, squash, and apples. In this season, the veil between worlds was believed to thin, and communities honored their ancestors, lighting candles that flickered like stars in the gathering dusk. Each flicker illuminated the faces of the young and old, their eyes shining with the weight of memories and traditions passed down through generations. Songs of the past intertwined with the rustle of fallen leaves, creating a tapestry of sound that wove in a sense of belonging and continuity. Then came winter, a time that mirrored the quiet introspection of the human spirit. The world outside turned to frost, and the nights grew longer. Yet, even in this coldness, the spirit of celebration flickered. Winter solstice festivals burst forth, a reminder that light would return. Communities gathered to build large bonfires, their flames dancing against the dark sky, a beacon of hope. They shared stories of resilience, of the sun's eventual return, and of warmth that would once again sweep across the land. Together, they embraced the chill with hot foods and warm drinks, their breath visible in the air like tiny clouds of dreams swirling into the night. Each seasonal festival was not just a mark on a calendar. It was a powerful enchantment, a binding spell that connected generations. The past whispered through the song sung around the fire, and every dance step echoed the heartbeat of the earth. Children, their eyes wide with wonder, learned traditions through stories told by elders, passing down the magic of the seasons like a precious treasure. As the seasons changed, so too did the tales and the meanings behind the gatherings, but the essence remained, the celebration of life, death, and rebirth. In every corner of the globe, these festivals took on unique forms. The Diwali festival in India celebrated the triumph of light over darkness, illuminating homes and hearts with vibrant colors and the sweet scent of marigolds. In Japan, Hanami brought families together beneath cherry blossoms, a fleeting beauty that reminded them of the impermanence of life itself. Each festival was a mirror reflecting the culture and spirit of its people, yet all shared a common thread, the celebration of nature's cycle, the magic that bound them to the earth and to each other. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the festivities, it became clear that these gatherings were not just moments in time, but rather a lifeline to the past, present, and future. The laughter of children, the wise nods of the elderly, and the vibrant energy of youth all mingled under the same sky, intertwining like the branches of ancient trees. It was as if the very essence of life surged through their veins, reminding them that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The music played on, the drums beating a steady rhythm that mirrored the pulse of the earth. As the night wore on, stories were shared, and dreams were whispered into the cool air, each word a thread in the tapestry of their shared existence. With every passing season, the festivals transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, turning ordinary moments into vivid memories that would last a lifetime. Yet, even as the flames crackled and the stars twinkled above, a subtle shift loomed on the horizon. The cycle was relentless, and soon the world would turn once more, ushering in the next season, bringing with it new traditions and new stories to tell. The energy was palpable, a delicious tension that hung in the air, leaving everyone breathless with anticipation for what was to come. The earth would continue its dance, and with it, so would the heartbeats of those who called it home, forever entwined in the magic of nature's cycle. As the sun set over the ancient lands of the Slavs, the horizon glowed with hues of orange and crimson, casting long shadows across the dense forests. Inside a rustic wooden hut, a flickering fire crackled, illuminating the faces of those gathered around it. They were the keepers of stories, the guardians of the old ways, their voices rising in melodic chants that echoed the rhythms of the earth. Each word they spoke was steeped in the whispers of their ancestors, a testament to the pagan practices that danced in their blood. Yet the tension in the air was palpable, an ominous undertone that hinted at the upheaval about to wash over their sacred traditions. Christianity began to seep into the lands like a slow, relentless tide. It was not just a religion. It was an ocean of new beliefs, values, and rituals that would soon clash with the Slavic ways. As missionaries ventured into these realms, their intentions were wrapped in both promise and peril. They brought tales of a loving God, extravagant heaven, and eternal life, promises that sparkled like jewels in the eyes of the weary and the lost. Yet, for the Slavs, who had worshipped their gods of the forest, sky, and river for centuries, these ideas felt foreign, even threatening. Underneath the laughter and songs of the pagan gatherings, uncertainty began to brew. The Slavic people, with their vibrant festivals celebrating the cycles of nature, found themselves torn between the old and the new. The harvest festivals, once filled with thanksgivings to the earth goddess Mokosh, began to feel shadowed by the looming figure of the Christian God. The rituals that had bonded families and communities were now whispering of division. Would they stand firm against the encroaching wave, or would they be swept away into the promise of something they did not yet understand? The great Svarog, the god of fire and blacksmithing, once forged the bonds of community with his fiery touch. But as Christian ideas started to flourish, the smithies grew quieter, and the worshippers found themselves in a spiritual tug-of-war. The figure of Christ, depicted as gentle and compassionate, beckoned with open arms, yet it was the bull of Perun, the thunder god, that had been a source of strength and pride for generations. The struggle between the old gods and the new echoed through the valleys and mountains, a tension that could be felt in the very soil beneath their feet. In the villages where the Slavic people dwelt, children who once danced around the fire celebrating Dazbog, the sun god, now found themselves caught between the teachings of their parents and the compelling stories of a singular god. The simple joy of gathering to honor nature transformed into whispered fears of eternal damnation. The fiery passion of the druids and shamans, who had long been the spiritual guides of the Slavs, began to dim under the weight of a new doctrine that deemed their practices as misguided. It was a battle not just for faith, but for the very essence of identity. As years passed, the transformation became more pronounced. The vibrant sounds of the Slavic rituals faded into a soft murmur, replaced by the solemn hymns sung in churches built of stone, their steeples reaching toward the heavens. The sacred groves where the Slavs had once gathered to celebrate the changing seasons now lay silent, overrun by shadows of doubt. The old symbols, the sun wheel, the fertility goddess, began to be seen through a lens of condemnation and fear. Yet, deep within the hearts of the people, the embers of their traditions still flickered. It was not a complete forsaking, but a gradual intertwining. Some Slavs began to weave elements of Christianity into their pagan practices, creating a tapestry of belief that bore the weight of both worlds. A new saint might find a place alongside the old gods, their stories mingling like streams finding a common river. The feast of Kupala, once dedicated to the fire goddess, transformed into a celebration of St. John's Day, yet echoes of the old ways remained. It was a subtle dance, a careful negotiation of faith that kept the spirit of both traditions alive. Yet there were moments of fierce resistance. In the dark of night, secret gatherings took place where the old ways were honored in hushed tones, away from the prying eyes of the new religious authorities. The Slavic women, fierce and unyielding, would gather in circles, whispering prayers to Mokosh for strength and guidance. As the moon cast its silvery light upon them, they felt the weight of generations pressing down, urging them to hold on to their heritage, even as the winds of change threatened to sweep it away. Conflict sparked like flint against steel. The clash between the old gods and the new faith reached a fever pitch in the hearts of communities. The zeal of the missionaries met the fierce devotion of the pagan priests, igniting a struggle that would shape the course of Slavic history. The stories of those who fought to preserve their traditions became legends, passed down through generations, their bravery echoing in the hearts of the people. And so the struggle continued. A vibrant tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow. The influence of Christianity on Slavic pagan practices was not merely a story of conversion. It was a transformation, a melding of beliefs that would forever alter the landscape of faith. In the hushed corners of the forest, where the ancient spirits still lingered, The cries of the past intertwined with the whispers of the present, creating a symphony of resilience that echoed through time. The battle was far from over. The heart of the Slavic people beat on, restless and unyielding, caught in the delicate balance between the old and the new. Under the shadow of the ancient birch trees, a small village in Slavic lands whispered secrets through the rustling leaves. Flames danced in the hearths, flickering lights that cast shadows on the faces of those gathered round. Beneath the surface of their everyday lives, a tension thrummed, a pulse of magic that separated the ordinary from the extraordinary. On one side of the spectrum, folk magic thrived, a gentle, earthy force that spoke to the heart of the people. On the other, high magic loomed, a grand, cerebral practice that seemed to orbit the stars themselves, held in the hands of the learned and elite. The villagers knew these distinctions, though they rarely spoke of them aloud. It was as if acknowledging the divide might invite chaos into their tightly woven community. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the fields, an elder known as Baba Yaga emerged from the woods. She was a figure both revered and feared, said to wield ancient knowledge that could heal or harm. With wild hair and eyes sharp as a hawk's, she embodied the spirit of folk magic. Her hands, gnarled and calloused, were skilled in the ways of the earth. Herbs, roots, and charms, these were her tools, and she used them to bind the threads of fate for those who sought her out. A simple incantation could summon protection or bring forth a gentle rain for the crops. The villagers felt her power in their bones, an unspoken bond of trust and fear. Baba Yaga's rituals were intimate and personal, conducted under the watchful gaze of the moon. The villagers would gather in small groups, sharing their hopes and fears, offering gifts of bread and salt as they approached her. It was a dance of reciprocity, where wishes were whispered, and the wind carried them into the night. Folk magic was a thread that wove the fabric of their lives together, a testament to their shared history and beliefs. Yet shadows swirled around this ancient practice, hinting at darker forces that could twist its meaning. Across the village, hidden behind stone walls, the local priest studied ancient texts, immersed in the lofty ideals of high magic. Unlike Baba Yaga's earthy approach, high magic was an intricate system of knowledge, steeped in history and philosophy. It called for precision, requiring years of study and an understanding of the cosmos. The priest's library overflowed with manuscripts, charts, and diagrams that spoke of celestial bodies and arcane symbols. A spark of ambition flickered in his heart. He sought to unlock secrets that lay beyond the reach of ordinary folk, to harness power that could alter the very fabric of reality. But with ambition came peril. High magic was not merely a pursuit, it was a path fraught with danger. The priest often felt the weight of those ancient texts bearing down upon him, drawing him closer to a precipice from which there was no return. He had heard tales of those who delved too deeply into such mysteries, of practitioners who lost themselves in shadowy realms, consumed by their own thirst for knowledge. The boundaries between enlightenment and madness blurred, creating a treacherous line that few could navigate unscathed. While Baba Yaga wove spells from the whispers of nature, the priest summoned forces from the heavens, each call echoing with the weight of ancient power. He conducted elaborate rituals that involved the rarest of ingredients, gemstones and precious herbs that could only be found in sacred groves. The clash between folk magic and high magic was palpable as the villagers grappled with their own beliefs. They would gather around their fires, exchanging stories of Baba Yaga's strange wisdom and the priest's deep, resonant chants, feeling the thrill of the unknown shuddering in their bones. Rumors began to weave through the village like a restless wind. Some spoke of Baba Yaga's ability to transform into a bird, soaring high above the treetops, while others whispered of the priest conjuring storms with a mere flick of his wrist. The villagers felt a growing unease, watching as these two worlds edged closer to an inevitable clash. The harmony they once cherished began to fray, leaving a tension that crackled like static in the air. One fateful night, as a storm brewed overhead, the village stood on the brink of chaos. Lightning split the sky, illuminating a figure, Baba Yaga, standing resolute beneath the ancient oak. She felt the tremors of high magic rippling through the ground, felt the priest's incantations rise like a tempest. An unholy call echoed through the night, and she knew she had to act. With her heart pounding, she gathered the elements of the earth, her fingers dancing through the air as she invoked the spirits of the land. It was a moment of reckoning, a reminder that folk magic was not merely about spells, but about the deep, abiding connection to the world around them. Yet the priest, too, stood firm. Clutching his sacred texts, he raised his voice against the howling wind, summoning the celestial forces he had studied for years. The energy crackled between them, a palpable tension that pulled at the very fabric of reality. The villagers, witnessing this duel between nature and intellect, felt their hearts race, torn between the raw power of the earth and the lofty aspirations of the stars. As thunder rolled in the distance, the boundary between the two magics began to blur, each side drawing strength from the other in a dance of creation and destruction. The villagers, breathless with emotion, felt the earth beneath their feet tremble, as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for the clash of ancient powers. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that whispered of old truths, of a time when magic did not divide but united. It was in this moment of anticipation, as lightning illuminated the faces of the onlookers, that the air grew thick with the echoes of what was lost and what might be. There, in the heart of the storm, the village stood at the crossroads of tradition and ambition, tied together by the magic that flowed through their lives, binding them in ways they had yet to understand. As the winds howled and the skies roared, the villagers felt a surge of hope, a belief that perhaps, just perhaps, the two forms of magic could coexist, and that unity lay hidden in the shadows of their entwined destinies. In a dimly lit room, where shadows seemed to dance with whispers of ancient wisdom, a leather-bound book lay open on a wooden table. The air crackled with an unexplainable energy, as if the very pages, yellowed with age, held the weight of countless secrets eager to be told. This book, the Book of Veils, was no ordinary tome. It was a portal to a time when gods walked among mortals, when the lines between magic and reality blurred. As fingers grazed the surface of its ink, a chill ran down the spine, a haunting reminder that such texts carry the essence of their creators, those who dared to pen their thoughts in moments of divine inspiration. The Book of Veles, often shrouded in mystery, was believed to be a sacred text of the ancient Slavic people. Its words spoke of the world beyond, of the spirits that guided and guarded, of the magic that coursed through the veins of nature itself. In the flickering candlelight, the tales of gods and heroes leaped from the pages, vivid and alive. They told of Veles, the god of earth, waters, and the underworld, a figure both feared and revered. Legends whispered of his battles with Perun, the thunder god, as storms raged in the heavens above. Those who read these stories didn't just see the words, they felt the storms within their own hearts, the conflict between dark and light, chaos and order. But the Book of Veles wasn't the only magical text to capture the imagination. Nestled within the annals of history were other tomes that held their own seductive allure. The tales of the Veda scriptures, with their intricate connections to nature and the cosmos, resonated like a heartbeat in the silence. These ancient texts, filled with hymns and rituals, explored the essence of life, urging readers to listen to the whispers of the forest and the songs of the stars. What if the trees could speak? What if the rivers could share their memories? Each word, each letter was steeped in belief. The ancient Slavs revered nature, seeing it as a living entity, a canvas painted with the strokes of divine artistry. They crafted spells and incantations that danced along the edge of reality, invoking protection, love, and prosperity. The very act of writing these texts was seen as a communion with the divine, a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. Yet, as the flame flickered, casting eerie shadows, a sense of foreboding loomed. Not every text was meant to be understood. Some held curses rather than blessings. The incantations of the dark, woven with intention, could ensnare the unwary. The ancient texts warned against tampering with forces beyond comprehension. The very mention of the grimoire of the Black Forest sent shivers through those familiar with its tales. It was said that those who sought its forbidden knowledge would be met with dire consequences, as ancient spirits stirred restlessly beneath the soil. As night deepened, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. The stories of witches and sorcerers echoed through time, their voices pleading for remembrance. The magical texts became a lifeline, a way to preserve their truths, even as they faced persecution. Many of these texts were hidden, buried in the depths of forests or secreted away in the homes of those brave enough to protect their legacy. The heart raced at the thought of the Tale of the Sorceress, a narrative of a woman who defied societal norms, wielding her magic not for greed but for healing and guidance. She poured her soul into the pages, each stroke a testament to her strength and conviction. But with each act of defiance came a price. The whispers of her enemies grew louder, warning of the dangers that lay in the shadows, hungry for her downfall. Every magical text was a thread in the intricate tapestry of history, weaving tales of triumph and tragedy, love and loss. The ancient Slavs, with their rich mythology, believed that words carried power, enough to summon the spirits or to conjure storms. They understood the delicate balance between creation and destruction, encapsulated in their rituals and spells. And as the clock ticked on, each second echoed with a reminder of the urgency to preserve these texts. The air became thick with the weight of their histories, stories that longed to be told. The Book of Veils called out, its pages whispering promises of wisdom to those brave enough to listen. In the depths of its text lay lessons learned in blood and tears, tales that spoke of human resilience and the unbreakable bond between the earthly and the divine. But the candle's flame flickered ominously, casting a warning against the encroaching darkness. The secrets held within these magical texts were not for the faint of heart. They demanded respect, understanding, and a willingness to confront the unknown. Each word was alive, pulsating with the energy of those who had come before, urging the reader to tread carefully. And so, the Book of Veils and its counterparts remained, not just as relics of the past, but as beacons of hope and caution, reminders that magic is woven into the very fabric of existence. In every crack of the spine, in every crease of the page, lay the promise of discovery, a thread that connected ancient wisdom to the present day. As the night deepened, the reader felt an insatiable hunger for more. What else lay hidden within the depths of these texts? What other worlds could be uncovered? The shadows beckoned, calling for attention, as if the spirits of old were waiting for their stories to be told, for their voices to rise once more in the chorus of history, blending seamlessly into the next chapter of an unfolding saga. Under a shrouded moon, where shadows danced and whispered secrets among the trees, a gathering of women stood in a clearing, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire. Each flicker cast eerie shapes on their determined expressions, revealing the fierce power that surged within them. Here, in the dark embrace of nature, they were not mere mortals. They were powerful figures in a lineage that stretched back to ancient times, weaving spells with the very threads of their ancestry. The stories of these women, the witches and the healers, echoed through the ages. Silent narrators of mystique, they harnessed the earth's energy, bending it to their will. The women of Slavic lands were often the keepers of forgotten lore, electric with the knowledge of herbs, charms, and incantations passed down through generations. They flourished in a world where magic blended seamlessly with the mundane, where every root and herb held a whisper of potential. At the crack of dawn, they would gather the dew-soaked plants, their fingers nimble and sure, selecting only those deemed worthy by the spirits that danced in the air. The respect they held for the natural world resonated in every careful choice, every incantation spoken under their breath. Folklore painted them as wise, yet they were seen through a lens of fear by many, women wielding power that unsettled the very fabric of society. The stories told around village fires spoke of their enchantments, how they could conjure storms or soothe a fevered brow with a single touch. But with power came danger. The weight of suspicion lay heavily on their shoulders. In a world governed by patriarchal structures, their independence was a double-edged sword. Accusations of witchcraft hung like storm clouds, threatening to unleash chaos if a neighbor's crop failed or a child fell ill. The air was thick with tension as the women engaged in rituals that were both a source of strength and a potential death sentence. A single misstep, a single rumor, could lead them to the gallows or the flames. Among them was an elder, her hair silver like moonlight, eyes sharp and wise. She was the embodiment of countless generations of knowledge, the guardian of secrets that soared through the night like the owls that soared above them. Her voice, though soft, held the weight of authority. She recited the ancient incantations, her words weaving through the air, charged with energy that could heal or harm. The younger women hung on her every syllable, every gesture, their hearts racing with the thrill of belonging to something greater. As the fire crackled, the elder's stories transformed into a tapestry of shared experiences. She spoke of the divinations performed by moonlight, the way they would gather around the fire, casting the runes or reading the cards, their breaths hitching as they glimpsed the futures entwined with their fates. The flames flickered in response, as if the spirits were listening, as if the ancestors were walking among them, nodding in approval. Then there were the rituals of love, those tender moments filled with longing and desire. The women would craft love potions, each ingredient meticulously chosen, honey for sweetness, rosemary for remembrance, and a single tear of joy to seal the spell. They wove their desires into shawls and charms, crossing the boundaries between the earthly and the ethereal, hoping to catch the hearts of those who seemed forever out of reach. The tension in the air hung like a charged storm, igniting the flames of hope, fear, and longing in equal measure. Yet the heart of their magic was not just in the spells, but in the bonds they formed. The laughter that erupted during the preparation of a ritual was as sacred as the ceremony itself, each giggle a reminder of their shared strength. Tales spun from their lips like silk, each story a thread connecting them to the past and future, a living testament to their resilience. Behind closed doors, a darker side simmered. Jealousies and rivalries could emerge like dark clouds threatening their unity. As powerful as they were, the women were human too. The desire for recognition, for validation, could twist friendships into bitter rivalries. The unspoken battles often overshadowed the beauty of their rituals, leaving scars that would last a lifetime. An air of suspense hung thick, with every glance exchanged carrying the weight of potential betrayal. But it was in the moments of unity that their true power emerged. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they would banish the darkness, casting protective spells over their homes and loved ones, invoking the strength of the earth beneath their feet. The air crackled with energy, as if the very ground resonated with their collective might. Fear dissolved into fierce devotion, and the whispers of the forest seemed to murmur in agreement, urging them onwards. As the rituals reached their crescendo, the women became a storm of energy, voices rising in a symphony of incantations that echoed through the woods. This was more than magic. It was a celebration of identity, of womanhood, of defying the constraints that sought to bind them. The fire roared higher, igniting their spirits, illuminating their faces with a fierce glow that seemed to reach the stars. But the world outside their circle waited and watched, a place where suspicion gnawed at the edges of their unity. The villagers, steeped in tradition, could never understand the sacred bond these women shared. Their power was a threat to the established order, a truth that hung unspoken in the air, heavy with foreboding. How long before the shadows outside their circle closed in? How long before the whispers of jealousy and fear turned bitter, leading to accusations whispered behind closed doors? The elder felt the tension growing, a knot tightening in her chest. She knew the risks, but she also knew that without these spells, without this community, they would become nothing more than echoes of the past. It was a delicate balance, one that teetered dangerously on the edge of revelation and ruin. As the final incantation slipped from her lips, the fire erupted in a shower of sparks, illuminating their faces, each woman a reflection of the strength, the pain, and the beauty of their shared existence. They were bound together by magic, blood, and the unyielding spirit of womanhood, but the world beyond their sanctuary loomed ever closer, a reminder that the shadows they danced with were not merely figments of their imagination. The night was alive, and the stories of their ancestors whispered through the leaves, calling forth the next chapter, the next unseen danger lurking just at the edge of their enchanted circle. Under the dim light of a flickering fire, a figure cloaked in shadows whispered incantations into the night. The air crackled with energy, and the forest buzzed with life. Each rustle of leaves, each soft howl in the distance seemed to echo the ancient stories of Slavic folklore, where animals were more than mere creatures. They were conduits of power, messengers of the divine, and guardians of the spirit world. In this rich tapestry of myth, the wolf stood out as both a feared predator and a revered figure. With its piercing eyes and piercing howl, the wolf was a symbol of resilience and loyalty. Legends told of wolf spirits guiding lost souls through the dark forests and protecting them from danger. They were the guardians of the underworld, leading the brave and the foolish alike on perilous journeys. In folk tales, a wolf's howl often signified the call to adventure, a reminder that the wild was alive with magic waiting to be unveiled. And then there was the crow, perched high in the trees, watching with its shiny black eyes. A creature of mystery and intelligence, the crow was a messenger between worlds. It flew between the living and the dead, carrying secrets on its wings. The Slavic people believed that when a crow cawed, it was delivering news from the ancestors, urging the living to heed their wisdom. A crow's presence was both a warning and an invitation, an omen that something significant was about to unfold. The stories spoke of crows gathering in flocks, their caws echoing like a chorus of fate, signaling the turning of events and the unveiling of hidden truths. Bears, mighty and formidable, roamed the forests with an air of nobility. In Slavic culture, the bear was a creature of immense strength, embodying the earth's raw power. Legends told of shamans who transformed into bears, harnessing their brute force and protective instincts. During rituals, bear bones were used to channel the spirit of the animal, allowing humans to tap into its ferocity and prowess. In many villages, there were tales of bears helping lost travelers, carrying them to safety with an uncanny awareness of the paths that lay ahead. The bond between humans and bears was sacred, rooted in respect and mutual understanding. Hares, delicate yet swift, represented intuition and foresight. In Slavic mythology, the hare was seen as a trickster, embodying cleverness and cunning. Stories were woven about hares outsmarting hunters, teaching lessons about the importance of wit over brute strength. At dusk, it was said that the hares would gather under the moonlight, performing ancient dances that drew the attention of the spirits. The elders, with eyes twinkling like stars, would tell tales of how the hares communicated with the moon, sharing secrets that only they could understand. As dusk fell, the air thick with anticipation, the villagers would gather around fires, their eyes gleaming with the glow of embers. The stories flowed like wine, rich with the essence of the creatures that inhabited their world. Each animal had a role, a voice in the grand narrative of existence. The fox, with its cunning nature, was a symbol of adaptability. Its tales often warned of deceit, yet also celebrated the art of survival. Foxes were known to appear when mischief was afoot, reminding the wise to stay vigilant and trust their instincts. In these gatherings, the powerful connection between humans and animals came to life. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the tales of transformation and magic. The elders recounted how animals bore witness to the struggles and triumphs of humanity, how they could bring both blessings and curses. A white horse galloping through the mist often foretold victory in battle, while a serpent slithering through the grass hinted at treachery lurking nearby. As the fire crackled and sparks flickered towards the sky, the world felt both tangible and ethereal, as though the veil between the realms was thinner than ever. The stories wove themselves into the very fabric of the night, and the lines between reality and mythology blurred. The listeners felt a chill run down their spines as they imagined the shadows of the forest coming alive, the animals stepping forth from their tails to share their wisdom and warnings. The wise owl, perched silently on a branch, was often looked to for guidance. In folklore, the owl was a keeper of secrets, its hoots resonating with the wisdom of ages. It was said that to see an owl at dusk was a sign of impending change, a reminder to prepare for the unknown. The villagers often ventured out at night, hoping for a glimpse of the elusive creature, eager for its guidance. Each sighting sent shivers of excitement through their veins, a stirring of emotions as they felt the presence of something far greater than themselves. Every animal had its place in the intricate web of Slavic mythology. The stories were rich with emotion, filled with awe and respect for the natural world. Each tale was a reminder of life's fragility, the balance between creation and destruction, light and dark. The villagers often paid homage to these creatures, leaving offerings at the roots of ancient trees, hoping to gain favor and protection. As the night deepened, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. The stories began to stir something deep within the hearts of the listeners, igniting a fire of curiosity and connection. These tales were not merely fabrications. They were echoes of a time when animals walked alongside humans, a time when the world was alive with magic and mystery. In the stillness of the night, the whispers of the past intertwined with the present, forming a bridge that linked generations. The flickering firelight danced across faces, revealing expressions of wonder and reverence. With each passing moment, the connection between the villagers and the animals of their stories became more profound, a testament to the timeless bond that transcended the ages. As the heartbeats synchronized with the rhythm of the night, one could feel the pulse of the earth beneath the feet, an invitation to delve deeper into the mysteries that awaited. The stories flowed endlessly, each animal representing a layer of existence, a piece of the puzzle that formed the essence of life itself. The air was thick with emotion, each word weaving a thread of continuity, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of the eternal narrative. In the dim light of an ancient forest, where shadows danced among the trees, a figure knelt over a small fire, the crackling flames illuminating her face. Her eyes sparkled with the knowledge of generations, and as she whispered incantations into the night, the air thickened with an energy that felt almost tangible. It was here, in this sacred space, that the story of Slavic magic was born, not just as a practice, but as a lifeline connecting the living to the unseen. Long before the rise of empires, Slavic tribes roamed the vast expanses of Eastern Europe, their lives woven with the rhythms of nature. The very soil they tread upon, the rivers that flowed beside them, and the winds that swept through the fields were all imbued with spirits and forces beyond their comprehension. This was a time when every tree was a sentinel, every stone a keeper of secrets, and every whisper of the wind could carry the voice of a lost ancestor. Here, magic was not yet separated from reality. It was a part of existence itself. As centuries unfurled, the roots of this ancient wisdom twisted into the fabric of daily life. Rituals were born from necessity, prayers for bountiful harvests, charms to protect against malevolent forces, and blessings for newborns to ensure their safe passage into life. Each spell was a thread in the tapestry of survival, binding communities together in shared beliefs. Women, often the custodians of this knowledge, gathered under the cover of night, their voices rising in harmony. They spoke to the stars, seeking guidance and understanding, their hearts beating in sync with the pulse of the earth beneath them. Yet, as external forces began to invade, Vikings, Mongols, and later the Christian missionaries, this sacred magic faced an unprecedented challenge. The old ways were often demonized, labeled as witchcraft and heresy. In the face of such adversity, practitioners adapted. They cloaked their spells in the language of Christianity, merging their ancient rituals with new beliefs. A candle lit to honor the spirits of ancestors became a prayer for the saints, while the old gods, once revered in the open air, took refuge in the hearts of the faithful. The woods still whispered secrets, but now they were laced with the echoes of a new faith. In the 14th century, during the rise of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, magic transformed yet again. The aristocracy began to take interest in the arcane, seeking out wisdom from the peasant class. It was an era of opulence, where spellbooks filled with elaborate illustrations became prized possessions. Alchemists and scholars sought to decipher the mysteries of the universe, and magic became a dance between science and the supernatural. The boundaries blurred as the elite sought the power hidden within ancient practices, reaching for a connection to a world that felt just beyond their grasp. But the heart of Slavic magic beat strongest in the villages, where traditions remained unbroken. Folk tales circulated around fires, telling of brave heroes, cunning witches, and mischievous spirits. The stories served as warnings, lessons, and comfort, a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the forces that governed their lives. The figure by the fire, the wise woman, became both a healer and a guardian. Her knowledge was sacred. It was a bridge that connected her people to their past, their present, and their future. As the centuries rolled into the 19th, the Romantic movement ignited a passionate revival of interest in folk traditions. Writers and artists searched for the soul of their land, and Slavic magic became entwined with national identity. The tales of Baba Yaga, the enigmatic witch of the woods, burst from the pages of dusty books to dance in the imaginations of a new generation. No longer solely a whisper in the dark, magic became a symbol of cultural pride, a reminder of resilience in the face of modernity. Yet with this revival came a modern challenge. Science advanced at a breakneck pace, and the world began to shed its superstitions for rationality. The wise women of the village were often cast aside, their knowledge deemed irrelevant in the face of progress. Still, in the quiet corners of the countryside, the old ways persisted. Hidden in the rituals of everyday life, an elder blessing the fields, a mother teaching her child the art of weaving charms, magic continued to pulse through the veins of the land. As the 20th century unfolded, the shadows of war swept across Europe, and magic took on a new guise. Amidst the chaos, people clung to their traditions as a way to find solace. Prayers were said for lost souls, and talismans were worn to ward off impending doom. The power of belief became a refuge, a flicker of hope in the darkest times. In the midst of bombed-out cities, the whisper of the old incantations echoed louder, binding communities together against the storm. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, with the fall of the Iron Curtain, a renaissance of sorts blossomed. Old texts were unearthed and ancient practices resurrected. The world began to turn its gaze inward, seeking wisdom from the past as a reaction to modern disconnection. People started to reclaim their heritage, and Slavic magic emerged not just as a relic, but as a living force, vibrant and pulsing with energy. Workshops flourished, where the young learned the ancient techniques of divination, herbalism, and spellcraft, breathing life into traditions that once seemed lost. As the flames flickered in the forest, the figure added herbs to the fire, watching as the smoke spiraled upwards, carrying her wishes and fears into the night. In that moment, the past and present intertwined, forming a tapestry rich with emotions, struggles, and triumphs. The laughter of children playing nearby, the soft rustle of leaves, and the distant call of an owl all blended together, a reminder that magic, in all its forms, is an enduring force. The shadows of history loomed large, yet within them lay the seeds of hope, resilience, and connection, a promise that the essence of Slavic magic would never truly fade away. Under a canopy of twinkling stars, a chill wind whispered secrets of the ancient past. Villagers gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by its glow, eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder. They spoke in hushed tones, weaving tales of gods and spirits, their breath visible in the cold night air. Each story carried a weight that transcended time, intertwining the celestial with the earthly, forging a bond that still resonates today. In the heart of Slavic lands, the alignment of stars served as a guide, illuminating not just the paths of travelers but also the souls of the people. The sky was a tapestry, each constellation a thread woven into the fabric of their lives. The Slavs believed that the heavens were alive, filled with deities who not only shaped the world but watched over the fates of mortals. The constellations had names, each one steeped in myth and meaning, reflecting the values, fears, and dreams of the people who looked up at them in awe. Take, for instance, the story of Perun, the thunder god, whose power radiated in the heavens like lightning slicing through the dark. He was the ruler of storms, the protector of the earth. Farmers would look to the skies for signs of his favor, aligning their planting with the seasonal shifts marked by celestial movements. The thunder and rain were no mere weather. They were the very breath of Perun himself, breathing life into the fields and ensuring the survival of families. As the villagers sat before the fire, tales of Perun merged seamlessly with astrological signs. They recalled how the waxing moon in spring signaled the time to plant seeds, a reflection of Perun's strength as he brought forth life. The waning moon, with its shadows, warned of the winter's approach, a reminder to respect the cycle of nature. In this way, the stars were not distant, cold points of light but intimate guides, whispering wisdom to those willing to listen. Yet not all stars shone with benevolence. The Slavs spoke of Veles, the god of the underworld, who was often depicted as a serpent coiling through the night sky. His presence was felt during the harvest time, a reminder of the fine line between abundance and scarcity. When the stars aligned in certain patterns, they warned of impending doom, of famine or misfortune. Farmers would pause, looking up, hearts racing as they scanned the heavens for signs. The intersection of astrology and mythology was a dance of light and shadow, a constant reminder of the balance of life. On one fateful night, as a storm brewed on the horizon, a young girl named Mila found herself drawn away from the warmth of the fire. She had always been captivated by the stories of the stars and the gods. Ignoring the warnings of her elders, she wandered into the woods, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. As she stood beneath the canopy of trees, lightning flashed, and in that moment, the world transformed. The branches twisted and turned, casting eerie shadows that danced around her. It was then she saw him, Perun, tall and fierce with eyes like molten gold. His presence radiated power, and she felt an overwhelming urge to fall to her knees. But he did not frighten her. Instead, he beckoned her closer, as if inviting her into the very fabric of the universe. In his hand, he held a staff that crackled with energy, and the air hummed with anticipation. "Child of the earth," he spoke, his voice a rumble like thunder. "You seek the truth in the stars. Do you understand the weight of your question?" Mila's heart raced. She knew the stories but had never imagined standing before a god. "I want to know my fate," she whispered. the words escaping her lips before she could stop them. Perun raised an eyebrow, the firelight reflecting off his powerful frame. Fate is not written in the stars alone. It is forged by your actions, your choices. The heavens guide, but you must walk the path. As he spoke, the stars shifted, and she saw a constellation take shape. A great bear. In that moment, the stories of her ancestors surged into her mind, tales of strength, survival, and bravery. She understood that the intersection of Slavic mythology and astrology was not just about predicting the future, it was about understanding oneself. Each star, each tale, held a lesson, a piece of the puzzle that formed her identity. But the storm grew heavier, and shadows began to creep closer. Mila felt the air thicken with tension, her heart pounding in her chest. Veles, she realized, was watching, lurking just beyond the edge of the light. The balance between the gods was fragile, and she felt the pull of darkness. "Will you embrace your fate?" Perun asked, his tone shifting. "Will you carry the stories of the stars within you, even when the shadows threaten to overwhelm?" Mila hesitated, the weight of the choice pressing down on her. The fire crackled behind her, its warmth a reminder of home, of safety. Yet the call of the stars, the urgency of the moment, demanded a response. She took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the universe pulse through her veins, and nodded. "Yes," she declared, her voice steady. "I will honor the stories. I will carry them forward." As Perun smiled, the storm began to recede, the shadows retreating as the light of the fire flickered back into her vision. But Veles lingered, an ever-present reminder of the balance of light and dark, life and death. The lessons of the stars and the whispers of the gods swirled around her, a kaleidoscope of emotions, each one urging her to step boldly into the unknown. Mila turned to leave, the echoes of the past mingling with the pulse of the present, the rich history of her people flowing through her as she returned to the warmth of the fire. The villagers watched, their eyes filled with curiosity and fear. Sensing that something monumental had shifted, the connection between them and the stars had deepened, entwining their fates with the ancient tales of the gods. The night sky shimmered above, alive with possibilities, the constellations twinkling with secrets waiting to be discovered. Each star was a reminder of the stories yet to be told, the legends yet to unfold, weaving a tapestry of existence that connected them all. In a quiet village shaded by ancient oaks, a child's laughter echoed, mingling with the rustling leaves. Yet, somewhere in the depths of the woods, the whispers of fate curled like tendrils of smoke in the air. The old ones spoke of Rod, the unseen force that shaped lives, guiding every step and misstep. The villagers believed fate was a tapestry woven with threads of light and shadow, where every soul's journey was preordained, pulsing with the heartbeat of the universe. In Slavic folklore, Rod was not just a god but the essence of life itself. He was the architect of destinies, a guardian of the sacred bloodlines that passed through generations, each pulse resonating with the ancient songs of ancestors. As dusk fell, the village would gather around the fire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, and stories would spill forth like honey, thick with emotion and mystery. An old woman, her hair white as the first snow, would raise a gnarled finger to the sky, recounting the tale of Dazbog, the sun god who rode across the heavens. "He lights the path," she would say, her voice trembling with reverence, "but it is Rod who charts the course." The crackling flames would capture the rapt attention of the young and old alike, each person sensing the weight of their own fate resting on the delicate balance of Rod's will. In this world, the concept of fate was as inevitable as the changing seasons. When a child was born, the family would gather to celebrate, but beneath the joy lay an undercurrent of solemnity. They would whisper prayers to Rod, asking for protection and guidance, aware that the child's life was a thread in the grand tapestry of existence. as they tied a red thread around the infant's wrist. They believed it would shield the child from dark forces lurking just beyond the veil of sight. It was a gesture imbued with hope, a fragile promise that fate could be nudged but never truly altered. Wanderers spoke of the Rodnoveri, the ancient Slavic belief system that revered nature itself. The forests, rivers, and mountains were sacred, each holding a story, each a part of a greater whole. Nature was a mirror reflecting the intricate dance of fate. To walk amid towering pines or by the gentle songs of flowing rivers was to commune with Rod, to feel the pulse of destiny underfoot. Not far from the village, a young man named Ivan stood at the edge of a vast field, staring at the horizon where the sun dipped below the earth, staining the sky with hues of orange and crimson. In his heart, a storm brewed. He had dreams of adventure, of leaving the confines of the village to seek his fortune beyond the mountains. Yet a deep-seated fear rooted him to the land. "What if I am meant to stay?" he pondered, caught in the grip of destiny's unseen hand. The weight of Rod's will hung heavy upon him, and each breath felt like a struggle against an invisible tide. Time passed, and the winds of fate shifted. One fateful night, a fearsome storm engulfed the village, lightning slashing the sky like a wild beast. The villagers huddled together, hearts racing as the winds howled like lost souls. In that chaos, Ivan stood resolute, as if Rod had whispered to his spirit. He charged into the storm, driven by a sense of purpose he had never known. With each step, he felt the presence of his ancestors, their stories coursing through his veins, igniting a fire within him. As the rain poured down, he fought against the tempest, not for glory, but for the ones he loved. Each flash of lightning illuminated his path, revealing the faces of those he would protect. The village was at the mercy of fate, and in that moment, Ivan became more than just a boy. He became a bridge between the past and the future, an embodiment of Rod's will. But fate is a fickle mistress, and as the storm raged, dark omens loomed. In the heart of the village, a figure cloaked in shadows watched from the edge of the woods. Mara, the old witch, had long been a guardian of secrets, and she knew the balance of fate was fragile. She could feel the winds shifting, the threads of destiny twisting and turning. Her heart raced as she sensed Ivan's determination. It was a potent force that could alter the course of the village's fate. Only he who embraces both light and shadow can truly fulfill his destiny, she murmured to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. The flicker of her candle cast eerie shapes on the walls, and a chill crept into the air. She had seen the signs before. The pull of fate was strong, but so was the power of choice. The true test would come, and Ivan would have to confront the consequences of his actions. As dawn broke, the storm subsided, and the village emerged from the chaos, weary yet unbroken. Ivan stood at the center, soaked to the bone, but unyielding. The villagers looked at him with a mix of awe and confusion. They had witnessed something extraordinary, a glimpse into the unfathomable depths of fate. Rod had woven new threads into their lives, and Ivan had become a part of that intricate design. But with fate comes sacrifice. The villagers gathered once more, their faces etched with solemnity. They spoke of the balance that had been tipped, of the shadows that lingered at the edges of their lives, threatening to draw them into the darkness. Ivan's heart raced as he listened, realizing that the storm had changed everything, but the true struggle was only beginning. With every heartbeat, the weight of destiny pressed upon him, pushing him toward an unknown path. It was no longer just about his dreams. It was about the fate of the entire village. He could feel Rod's presence drawing closer, as if the very air was charged with an energy that spoke of trials and tribulations yet to come. Would he rise to the occasion, or would he falter under the weight of expectation? The sun rose higher, casting light upon a world forever altered. The villagers looked toward Ivan, their eyes filled with hope, fear, and a strange understanding that fate was not just a path to be walked, it was a storm to be weathered, a dance of shadows and light. And as they stood united, they began to understand that their destinies were intertwined, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of Rod, echoing through the corridors of time. With the winds of fate shifting once more, the journey ahead remained shrouded in mystery, a tapestry waiting to be woven anew. The moon hung low over the water, casting silver ripples that danced like whispers upon the surface. In the stillness of the night, if one listened closely, they could hear the soft lullaby of the waves. Yet beneath this serene facade lay a world of ancient spirits, creatures woven from the very essence of water, wrapped in mystery and desire. The Rusalka and Vodianoi, guardians and tricksters of the rivers and lakes, held secrets that could both enchant and ensnare. The Rusalka, a beautiful maiden with flowing hair that glimmered like wet silk, emerged from the depths of the water at dusk. Legends spoke of her tragic tale, a girl who had experienced a heart-wrenching betrayal, her life cut short before she could find happiness. In death, she became a spirit, forever caught between two worlds, yearning for the warmth of love while also harboring a chilling vengeance. Fishermen and woodcutters avoided the water's edge at night, for her haunting songs could lure even the strongest man to his doom. Many who followed her voice were never seen again, their souls bound to her watery kingdom, forever echoing her sorrow. In the villages, the tales of the Rusalka were shared in hushed tones by flickering candlelight, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Mothers warned their children to steer clear of the riverbank after sunset, their eyes wide with warning. Yet there was a strange allure to her enchanting beauty, a sorrowful melody that tugged at the heartstrings of those who dared to listen. Young girls, filled with dreams of love and adventure, often found themselves fascinated by her story, imagining the depth of her longing for a world she could no longer touch. On the opposite side of the water's edge, the Vodianoi lurked in his murky domain, a spirit with a more mischievous nature. With the body of a man and the tail of a fish, he was known to be a master of deception. While the Rusalka drew men to their doom with her beauty, the Vodianoi played tricks on the unsuspecting. Fishermen would speak of the way he would turn calm waters into ferocious waves, dragging boats into the depths. His laughter could be heard echoing through the trees, a haunting sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to wander too close. In the dark corners of the forest, stories of the Vodianoi circulated like currents in a river, each retelling more exaggerated than the last. He was said to have the power to grant wishes, but always at a price. Many lost their way in the woods, drawn by the promise of treasure or the hope of finding love, only to discover they were merely pawns in the Vodianoi's game. Those who bargained with him often found themselves bound by his whims, their fates entwined with the spirit they thought they could control. The villagers held rituals to appease both spirits, lighting candles and leaving offerings of bread and fruit by the water's edge. They understood the delicate balance between reverence and fear, knowing that both the Rusalka and Vodianoi could turn from benevolent guardians to vengeful spirits in the blink of an eye. The rituals were not just acts of devotion, they were desperate prayers for safety and favor. The fear of being taken by the water was not just a ghost story. It was a reality that lingered on the edges of their lives. As the seasons changed and the river flowed, the legends grew richer, evolving with each retelling, weaving through the fabric of life in the villages. The Rusalka became a symbol of lost love, an eternal reminder of the fragility of human emotions. Her beauty turned bittersweet, a reflection of longing and sorrow that resonated deeply with those who had experienced love's fleeting touch. She was both a caution and a muse, inspiring poets and artists to capture her essence in brushstrokes and verses, transforming her pain into something beautiful yet haunting. The Vodianoi, on the other hand, became a figure of fear, representing the unpredictable nature of life itself. He reminded people of the dangers that lurked just beneath the surface, of how quickly joy could turn to despair. Stories of his mischief served as warnings to the young and reckless, urging them to tread carefully when navigating the waters of life. Yet, within his chaos, there was an undeniable thrill, a spark of excitement that drew adventurers to the rivers in search of the Vodianoi's secrets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the water, children at the riverbank listened to the tales spun by their elders. The stories wrapped around them like the warm embrace of a grandmother's shawl, both comforting and chilling. With wide eyes and bated breath, they hung on every word, imaginations igniting as they pictured the Rusalka gliding gracefully through the depths, her song weaving through the reeds. They shivered at the thought of the Vodianoi lurking just beyond their sight, waiting for the chance to play his tricks. And then, one fateful evening, the air crackled with tension as a thick fog rolled in, veiling the river in mystery. A young boy, drawn by the haunting melody that floated through the air, stepped closer to the water. He didn't hear the warnings. He was lost in the beauty of the Rusalka's song. The villagers watched in horror, their hearts pounding as he approached the edge of the bank, unaware of the dangers that lurked beneath. In that moment, the stories of the Rusalka and Vodianoi reached a precipice, poised to intertwine in a way that would change everything. The boy's fate hung in the balance, the water rippling with anticipation, whispering secrets of love, loss, and vengeance. The spirits stirred, their powers awakening with the rising moon, ready to reveal their truths in a swirl of emotions that would echo through the ages. The river, a silent witness to their unfolding drama, held its breath, and in the fragile silence, the ancient tales of love and trickery began to merge into an unforgettable saga. Beneath the soft glow of the moonlight, a young woman named Anya lay asleep in her small wooden hut, the scent of freshly baked bread mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. Outside, the wind whispered secrets through the trees, but inside, a world of vivid colors and surreal figures danced around her in the realm of dreams. As visions swirled in her mind, she felt the pull of something ancient and powerful, something that connected her to her ancestors, their hopes, fears, and wisdom flowing through her like a rushing river. In Slavic culture, dreams were not mere illusions of the night, they were gateways to profound knowledge and insight. From the quiet villages of the Carpathian Mountains to the bustling towns by the Black Sea, dreams held sway over the hearts and minds of the people. They believed that every night, as they surrendered to sleep, they entered a sacred space where the boundaries between the living and the spirit world blurred. The spirits of ancestors, nature, and gods lingered there, ready to share their wisdom. Anya often dreamt of a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows, their eyes glimmering like stars against the night sky. This figure spoke in riddles, its voice both soothing and haunting, guiding her through the tangled threads of her life. She knew this was no ordinary dream. It was a glimpse into her destiny, a warning or a blessing wrapped in enigma. Her grandmother had taught her that dreams like these carried messages, and it was up to the dreamer to decipher them. In the small village of Visokoi, the elders gathered each morning to recount their night's visions. Old Vasya, with his knotted fingers and wise eyes, often spoke of the dreams that had guided him through hardships, while young Ivanka shared her visions of vibrant gardens blooming in winter. These gatherings were filled with a sense of urgency, as every dream held the potential to change fate. The villagers listened intently, knowing that a dream could reveal hidden dangers or offer a glimpse of love just beyond the horizon. It was said that nightmares could also strike, warning of impending misfortune. A powerful witch named Baba Yaga, often viewed with both fear and reverence, was known to invade the dreams of those who crossed her. Her presence was like a cold draft, filling the air with tension and unease. Villagers recounted tales of nights spent trembling under the weight of her gaze, the eerie silence broken only by her cackling laughter. Waking up drenched in sweat, the dreamer would find themselves questioning their choices and the paths they had taken. One fateful night, Anya dreamt of a great flood, waters rising and consuming everything in their path. She awoke with a start, her heart racing as she remembered the stories of her ancestors who had survived floods by heeding the warnings in their dreams. Gripped by the urgency of the vision, she felt compelled to warn the village. But would they believe her? Would they dismiss her as a mere girl, too caught up in her imagination? Doubt gnawed at her, but the weight of the dream demanded action. The following day, Anya stood in the village square, her voice trembling as she recounted her dream. Some villagers raised their eyebrows, skeptical of her vision, while others leaned in, intrigued. Old Vasya, however, nodded gravely, recalling a similar dream he had experienced years ago, one that had saved lives when the river swelled beyond its banks. Murmurs of agreement spread through the crowd like wildfire, and a sense of urgency took hold. As the village prepared for the coming storm, Anya felt a sense of connection to the past, a bond woven through time by dreams shared and stories told. Each person worked together, reinforcing homes and gathering supplies, a tapestry of community woven from the threads of their ancestors' wisdom. The air buzzed with energy, and Anya felt empowered, knowing that her dream had sparked a collective response. That night, as the storm raged outside, Anya lay awake, her heart pounding. The howling wind echoed the fear in her chest, and she closed her eyes, hoping for guidance. But as she drifted into sleep, she found herself back in the realm of dreams, the shadowy figure standing before her once more. This time it spoke clearly, its voice resonating deep within her soul. "You are stronger than you know. Trust in your visions. They are the bridge to your ancestors." Waking with newfound determination, Anya understood that dreams were more than mere images. They were a lifeline connecting her to generations that had come before her. Each night, as sleep closed in, she would not only dream but also listen, paying homage to the whispers of the past that guided her steps. The floodwaters eventually receded, and when dawn broke, the villagers emerged, grateful and alive, bound together by the wisdom of dreams. In the days that followed, Anya became the village's dreamkeeper, encouraging others to share their nighttime visions. Together, they wove a tapestry of dreams, a collective memory that honored their ancestors while paving the way for the future. The act of sharing dreams transformed the village, creating a deep bond that transcended individual fears and hopes. Each night was a ritual, a gathering where stories of dreams danced in the air, weaving a connection between the living and the spirits. But the shadows were not far behind. Whispers of a dark force, long dormant, began to stir in the nearby woods. A witch, rumored to be Baba Yaga's sister, haunted the dreams of those who dared to venture too close to the edge of the forest. Her laughter echoed through the night, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Villagers began to report nightmares that left them breathless, spinning tales of lost loved ones and betrayal. Anya's dreams grew more intense, each night revealing a fragment of the truth hidden deep within the earth. The witch sought revenge, and their village was in her sights. The connection between dreams and reality tightened, a web woven from fear and clarity, as the villagers realized they must confront this new darkness together. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Anya gathered the villagers once more. There was fear in their eyes, but also a flicker of hope. As they shared their dreams, a sense of purpose emerged. They weren't just dreamers, they were warriors, united by the very visions that had once given them comfort. The laughter of the witch grew louder in their minds, a haunting melody that drove them forward, a reminder that the power of dreams could either save them or lead them to ruin. With hearts pounding and spirits intertwined, they prepared to face the shadows lurking just beyond the tree line, knowing that their dreams had prepared them for this moment. The night stretched on, filled with the energy of shared dreams and the promise of what was to come. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of prayers long since breathed into the air. This is where the past holds its breath, in the sacred spaces of temples, groves, and natural shrines scattered across the earth. Each one stands as a testament to the human spirit, its hopes, fears, and the undeniable connection to something greater. In the dense forests of ancient Greece, the Grove of Olympia thrummed with life. It wasn't just a collection of trees. It was a sanctuary where the gods themselves seemed to wander. The air was thick with the scent of olive leaves and wildflowers, a natural perfume that invited reflection. Here, athletes once competed not merely for glory but for divine favor. The echoes of cheers and the pounding of feet chasing victory lingered, suspended in time. The Olympic Games were born from a reverence that transcended mere competition, igniting a flame of passion that still flickers in the hearts of many today. Meanwhile, on the banks of the Ganges River, the sacred waters flow with a timeless rhythm, holding the weight of countless souls who have sought purification and rebirth. The Ghats, bustling with life, are a mosaic of rituals, prayers, and offerings. A mother dips her child into the water, their laughter mingling with the chants of priests invoking the gods. In this sacred space, life and death intertwine, each moment a reminder of the eternal cycle. The river, revered as a goddess, witnesses both the joy of new beginnings and the sorrow of farewells, its current carrying whispers of those who have come before. Not far from there, the dazzling temples of Angkor Wat rise majestically from the jungle, their intricate carvings telling stories of gods and kings. The stone faces of Avalokiteshvara seem to watch over the land, their serene expressions a stark contrast to the chaos of the world outside. As the sun peeks through the trees, illuminating the carvings, a sense of calm envelops all who enter. It is a space where time feels suspended, where one can almost hear the whispers of history echoing through the corridors. The air buzzes with reverence, as if the very stones hold the memories of every prayer, every offering, every heart that has sought solace within their embrace. In the northern reaches of Europe, Stonehenge stands resolute against the passing of time. This circle of stones, enigmatic and haunting, draws people from around the globe, each seeking to unlock its mysteries. What rituals took place here under the watchful gaze of the stars? Was it a calendar for the seasons, a gathering place for ceremonies, or a monument to the dead? The questions remain unanswered, yet the energy of this place is palpable. Visitors walk among the stones, their hearts racing as they imagine the lives that once flourished here, the sacred gatherings that ignited passion and purpose. Across the ocean, the Incan ruins of Machu Picchu cling to the mountainside, a testament to a civilization that revered both the earth and the heavens. The sun rises over the peaks, casting a warm glow on the ancient stones. Each step along the narrow paths feels like a pilgrimage, the air thick with the weight of history. From the Intihuatana stone, believed to be a sacred site for astronomical observations, one can almost hear the chants of the priests, their voices rising to the sky in gratitude for the life-giving sun. In this sacred space, the connection to nature is palpable, a reminder of the harmony that once existed between humanity and the land. In the depths of the Amazon rainforest, the sacred groves of indigenous tribes pulse with life. Here, the air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and the songs of unseen creatures. The plants and trees are not mere flora, they are elders, guardians of ancient wisdom. Rituals and ceremonies take place beneath their sprawling canopies, connecting generations past to those yet to come. The spirits of ancestors dance among the branches, their presence felt in the rustle of leaves, a powerful reminder of the enduring bond between nature and culture. As dusk falls, the sacred spaces transform, shadows stretching and merging with the night. The temples become sanctuaries of quiet reflection, while the groves invite the whispers of the wind. This is a time when the veil between the seen and unseen thins, when the stories of the past beckon to be retold. In every corner of the world there exists a sacred space, a temple, a grove, a natural shrine that calls to the deepest parts of the human soul. These places hold the echoes of devotion and the sighs of longing. They remind us that we are not alone, that throughout history, countless hearts have sought meaning, connection, and the divine. And as the stars twinkle in the vast night sky, the sacred spaces continue to inspire those who seek them out. The stories of our ancestors linger in the air, waiting for the next soul to arrive, to listen, to feel. They stand as timeless witnesses to our joys and sorrows, a circle of life that persists through the ages. With each breath taken in these hallowed grounds, one can feel the pulse of history, a reminder that we are all part of this intricate tapestry of existence, woven together by our shared search for meaning, truth, and connection. As the night deepens, those who wander these sacred spaces might feel a flicker of energy, an awareness that transcends time and place. For it is here, amidst the ancient stones and whispering groves, that the lines between the past and present blur, allowing the spirit of humanity to rise anew, intertwining with the divine, drawing us ever closer to the sacred mysteries that bind us all. Under a cloak of midnight blue, where the moon's silver sheen danced upon the darkened forest floor, the whispers of ancient Slavic spirits began to stir. The air crackled with a strange energy, a tangible reminder of the past that swirled around the old trees, wrapping themselves around anyone who dared to listen. In the hushed silence, shadows of figures long gone seemed to flicker at the edge of perception, beckoning the curious and the brave. In centuries past, the Slavic people roamed these very woods, their lives steeped in the lore of gods, nature spirits, and otherworldly beings. Tales spoke of Perun, the thunder god, wielding his mighty axe against the forces of chaos, and of Veles, the cunning god of the underworld, forever locked in a celestial battle. This cosmic struggle reflected the very essence of human existence, the eternal fight between good and evil, light and darkness, life and death. Each story, passed down through generations, possessed a power that transcended time, a resonance that could still ignite a fire in the souls of those attuned to its rhythm. As time marched on, the rise of Christianity sought to veil these mystical beliefs, but the shadows of the past lingered, refusing to be extinguished. In hidden corners of Eastern Europe, the whispers of ancient spirits found refuge in the hearts of the people, intertwining with new beliefs yet clinging to their original essence. The folklore of the Slavs seeped into daily life, guiding rituals, festivals, and personal beliefs. The old gods transformed into symbols of nature, elements, and the very cycles of life and death. The ancient woodlands and rivers became sacred, imbued with a magic that thrived in the silence and solitude of the natural world. Fast forward to modern times, when the occult began to emerge from the veils of secrecy, a curiosity replaced by a fervent desire to understand the unseen. Within this quest, the influence of Slavic mythology began to re-emerge, like sparks igniting the night sky. Practitioners of the occult, searching for a deeper connection to the universe, looked to these ancient stories and rites, breathing new life into forgotten wisdom. They discovered that the spirits of the past were not merely relics of history. They were alive, watching, and waiting. In candlelit rooms filled with the scent of herbs and incense, practitioners gathered to invoke the names of old. They called upon Mokosh, the goddess of fertility and the protector of women, to bless their rituals and grant them strength. Her presence was felt in the rustle of leaves, in the flicker of flames, an energy both nurturing and fierce. It wasn't just about the rituals themselves. It was the connection to a lineage of women who had come before, their struggles and triumphs echoing through time, infusing the present with purpose and power. The allure of Veles was equally potent. Modern practitioners sought his guidance in divination, drawing upon his cunning nature to unveil the mysteries of the future. The act of casting runes became not just a game of chance, but a sacred conversation with the spirit of the earth and sky, as Veles himself whispered secrets through the stones. Each rune, each symbol, held not just meaning but a history, a connection to the very roots of Slavic ancestry, a bridge between the past and the present. As the veil between worlds thinned, practitioners began to experience inexplicable phenomena. The air hummed with energy, the flickering of candles became a language unto itself, and the shadows deepened, revealing glimpses of other realms. Those who dared to tread this path spoke of encounters with powerful entities, beings whose essence resonated with the stories of old. These were not mere figments of imagination. They were echoes of the past, spirits eager to share their wisdom with those who sought to listen. However, this resurgence was not without its dangers. Some voices warned of the consequences of delving too deeply into these ancient rites. Uninvited spirits could stir, and the balance between worlds could easily tip. There were tales of practitioners who had gone too far, their lives forever altered by the forces they had sought to summon. Yet many felt a call they could not resist, a siren song that beckoned them to explore the depths of their own souls, intertwined with the ancient magic that lingered in the air. The occult has always thrived on the fringes of society, but within the embrace of Slavic mythology, it found a rich tapestry to weave its intricate patterns. The ghosts of Slavic lore haunted contemporary practices, their essence infusing rituals with a raw, visceral power. From the dance of fire to the whisper of wind, each element became a conduit for something greater, something deeply rooted in the essence of existence itself. In ceremonies held beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, practitioners formed circles, their voices rising in unison, creating a melody that echoed through the woods. Each chant, each invocation stirred the air, calling forth spirits that had long been silent. They sought guidance, protection, and wisdom from the very essence of their ancestors, drawing strength from a lineage that spanned generations. What would happen next was unpredictable. Would the spirits respond? The answer lay suspended in the air, like the moment before a storm breaks. The tension palpable, the energy electric. In those moments, the boundary between this world and the next shimmered, as if painted by an unseen hand. The secrets of the universe waited just beyond the veil, promising revelations to those bold enough to reach out and grasp them. And so, the ritual continued, the flames flickering higher, the shadows dancing with an urgency all their own. What lay ahead was uncertain, but the pull of the past was as magnetic as the pull of the stars themselves, drawing the seekers ever closer to the heart of a mystery that was as old as time. They stood at the precipice of the unknown, ready to scribe their own chapters into a mythology that never truly ended. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, an intoxicating blend that mingled with the faint hum of an ancient chant. Willow branches swayed gently, creating a natural canopy over a small clearing where a circle of villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight. Each flicker whispered stories of old, stories of healing, of hope, and of the unseen forces that danced between the living and the spirit world. They were there for a purpose beyond the mundane, drawn together by the desperate need for healing that echoed through their hearts. Illness had crept into their village, stealing strength and spirit, leaving behind a trail of sorrow. It was in moments like these that the wisdom of their ancestors shone the brightest, guiding them to remedies that had stood the test of time. A wise woman, her hair silver like moonlight, stood at the center of the circle, her presence commanding yet gentle. She held an earthen bowl filled with a thick, fragrant paste made from crushed garlic, honey, and the petals of marigold flowers, traditional remedies passed down through generations. As she mixed the ingredients with a steady hand, memories of her youth flooded back. She recalled her grandmother's stories of the power of nature to mend broken bodies and spirits, of how the earth whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen. With each word she spoke, the villagers leaned closer, hungry for the knowledge she imparted. "Garlic keeps the darkness at bay," she said, her voice steady and laced with conviction. "Honey will sweeten even the bitterest of afflictions. And marigolds? They are the laughter of the sun, bringing warmth and joy to the coldest hearts." The villagers nodded, hope flickering in their eyes like the candles surrounding them. As she anointed a young boy's forehead with the paste, a collective breath was held. This boy had been bedridden for weeks, his laughter silenced by a fever that ravaged his small body. The wise woman closed her eyes, channeling ancient energy, her hands moving as if they were weaving a tapestry of protection around him. The air crackled with an intensity that sent goosebumps racing down spines. Nearby, another villager, a mother cradling her ailing daughter, clutched a small pouch of dried lavender. It was said that lavender could calm the tempest of anxiety that often accompanied illness. With trembling fingers, she rubbed the pouch against her daughter's tiny hands, whispering a prayer to the spirits of the herbs, asking for mercy. Her heart ached, a heavy weight that threatened to crush her spirit. The wise woman continued, her voice rising and falling like the gentle waves of the sea. "When you're lost, turn to the plants that grow around you. They are not just herbs, they are companions in your darkest hours. They have voices, and they speak to those who care to listen." The villagers, entranced, felt the truth of her words sink into their souls. Around the clearing, a man with calloused hands and weary eyes emerged from the shadows. He carried a bundle of wild sage, its earthy aroma dancing in the night air like a memory of better days. He stepped forward, offering the sage as a gift, a symbol of purification. In his heart, he harbored a hope that went beyond healing. It was a longing for connection, for the ancient traditions that once thrived in their community. The wise woman accepted the sage, her fingers brushing against its leafy surface. "This will cleanse our spirits," she said, her voice rising above the whispers of the wind. "Let us burn it together." She struck a match, the flame leaping to life, and soon the air was filled with the soothing scent of burning sage, spiraling upwards toward the stars. As the smoke curled around them, the villagers felt a sense of unity, a bond forged in the fires of shared pain and collective hope. They closed their eyes, allowing the healing magic of their ancestors to wash over them. The night grew charged with emotion, each breath a reminder of their humanity, and each heartbeat resonating with a shared understanding of suffering. A sudden rustle broke the silence, sending a ripple of tension through the gathered crowd. The shadows seemed to deepen, and a chill swept through the clearing. The wise woman opened her eyes, sensing a presence, an echo of the past, perhaps, or a spirit that longed to be heard. "Fear not," she called out, her voice steady. "The spirits are here with us tonight." Just then, a flicker of light appeared at the edge of the circle, an ethereal figure shimmering like a dew-kissed spiderweb in the morning sun. Gasps filled the air as the villagers beheld the vision before them. It was a healer from long ago, known in tales as the Keeper of the Green, who had dedicated her life to the art of healing through nature. The apparition spoke, her voice like a soft breeze, weaving through the gathering. "Your connection to the land is your greatest strength," she said. "Remember, the remedies are only part of the magic. It is belief that breathes life into these traditions." The villagers exchanged glances, a mix of fear and awe filling their hearts. In that moment, the boy's laughter rang out, clear and bright, cutting through the tension like a sunbeam through clouds. The wise woman smiled, her heart swelling with joy. She knew that healing was not merely about physical remedies, but also about the spirit, the joy of community, the bonds forged through shared stories and rituals. As the figure faded back into the shadows, the villagers felt a renewed sense of purpose. They gathered together, hands clasped tightly, hearts beating as one, as the wise woman led them in a chant. Each word rose and fell like the tide, an invocation to the earth and sky, to the healing spirits that cradled them in their embrace. Outside the circle, the world continued to spin, unaware of the healing magic unfolding within the clearing. The night was filled with the sound of rustling leaves, the rhythmic pulse of nature harmonizing with the hopes and dreams of those who dared to believe in the power of traditional remedies and rituals. The past and present intertwined, forming a tapestry rich with stories, waiting to be told, waiting to be felt, and in the heart of it all, the villagers stood united, embracing the age-old wisdom of their ancestors, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, their spirits ignited with the magic of healing. The air hung heavy, thick with an unsettling tension, as whispers of dread coiled around the flickering candlelight in the dimly lit cottage. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, echoing the fears of those who dared to tread too close to the edge of the unknown. Inside, a figure hunched over an ancient tome, fingers stained with the ink of centuries, poring over incantations that had long been buried in the shadows of time. This was not a place of healing or wonder. It was a sanctuary for the cursed and the damned. It was here that one could tap into the dark side of magic, where curses and maleficium twisted the very fabric of existence. Throughout history, magic has captivated the human imagination, promising power and transformation. Yet there exists a chilling counterpart to the enchantment, a sinister force that lingers in the corners of every witch's cauldron. It calls to those who seek vengeance or the fulfillment of a desperate wish, often leading them down a path from which there is no return. The notion of curses has seeped into the collective consciousness, tales carried on the wind, each story darker than the last. In ancient Rome, practitioners of maleficium earned their living through the craft of harm. These were not the kindly witches of fairy tales, but shadowy figures who thrived on the misfortunes of others. They whispered their wicked spells beneath the veil of night, invoking malevolent deities who reveled in chaos. The infamous curse of the evil eye was but one method, a mere glance laden with jealousy that could bring illness or misfortune. Victims lay helpless, trapped in a web of despair, as their lives spiraled into darkness without explanation. Moving through the centuries, the infamous trials of the Middle Ages swept across Europe like a storm. The very word witch conjured images of sinister figures dancing around fires, their laughter mingling with the screams of the innocent. The witch hunts that gripped towns and villages were fueled by fear and superstition, but at the heart of it all was a panic driven by the idea that someone, somewhere, had unleashed a curse upon the land. The weight of suspicion was a heavy cloak, suffocating the lives of those accused. Poor souls who may have merely been misunderstood herbalists or wise women offering remedies for common ailments. In the shadows of those trials lurked the infamous Malleus Maleficarum, the witch hammer, a book that served as a manual for identifying, prosecuting, and punishing those accused of witchcraft. Its pages dripped with the ink of cruelty, detailing how to extract confessions through fearsome torture. It was a chilling testament to the power of belief, demonstrating how the fear of curses could turn neighbor against neighbor, igniting a fire that consumed thousands of lives in its wake. The cries of the condemned echoed through the ages, their stories woven into the very fabric of folklore, a grim reminder of the dangers lurking behind every whispered incantation. In the quaint towns of Salem during the late 17th century, the air crackled with an electric charge, palpable in every anxious glance and nervous murmur. The infamous trials there ignited a frenzy that gripped the hearts of the townsfolk, transforming the innocent into scapegoats for the unexplained tragedies that befell the community. When children began to display strange behaviors, fingers pointed toward those deemed outcasts, the ones believed to possess the power to curse. The very word witch transformed into a potent weapon, capable of shattering lives in an instant. As the trials progressed, the line between guilt and innocence blurred. The courtroom became a theater of terror, where allegations flared like the flames of the gallows. The accused, often women with knowledge of herbal remedies or those who dared to speak out, faced a jury swayed by fear and superstition. With each verdict, the power of curses grew, binding the townspeople in a grip of paranoia that would haunt them for generations. They believed the witches wielded dark magic, capable of sending a curse through the air like a sharp blade, slicing through the fabric of fate. But curses were not merely confined to the past. They seeped into the present, casting shadows over modern lives. Even today, the fear of the unknown lingers, manifesting in the form of urban legends and ghost stories whispered around campfires. From the tales of cursed objects like the infamous Hope Diamond, believed to bring misfortune to all its owners, to the chilling stories of haunted houses where malevolent forces linger, the echoes of past curses reverberate. The very act of cursing remains an alluring temptation for those feeling powerless or wronged. The power to inflict harm, to control fate, tugs at the deepest desires of the human heart. In dimly lit back alleys or clandestine gatherings, individuals gather with their own sinister intentions, seeking revenge against a lover who betrayed them or wishing ill upon a rival. They wield curses as weapons, cloaked in secrecy and desperation, unaware that they too risk becoming prisoners of the darkness they invoke. As the moon hung high, casting an eerie glow over the cottage, the figure at the table muttered incantations, fingers trembling with anticipation. The line between hope and despair blurred as the spell took shape, filling the air with an intoxicating blend of fear and excitement. What would be conjured? What would be unleashed? The ancient words held a power that echoed through time, a reminder that magic, in all its forms, came with a price. In that moment, a shadow crept across the floor, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, eager to claim its part in the tale. The chill of its presence sent shivers down the spine, a warning that the dark side of magic was not simply a story from a book. It was a reality that could reach out and ensnare anyone who dared to invoke its name. The pages of history trembled, the stories of curses woven together like a tapestry of despair, each thread binding souls to a fate they could not escape. The candle flickered, and in the dim light one could almost see the faces of those who had come before, haunted, desperate, their eyes wide with fear. The power of maleficium was real, its grip as strong as any chain, pulling the unsuspecting into its depths. As the incantations grew louder, a sense of foreboding settled in the air, thickening like fog across the moors. The darkness whispered promises of power, but it was a siren's call, echoing with the laughter of those who had been lost to it forever. The night stretched on, a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of fate. As the chilling dance between light and shadow began anew, underneath the shadows of ancient forests where the trees whisper secrets from ages long past, the essence of Slavic mythology breathes life into contemporary culture in unexpected ways. In a bustling cafe, a young artist sketches the outline of a creature with fiery eyes and a crown of shimmering leaves, Zmei Gorenik, a dragon of lore entwined with the modern world. The barista, an admirer of tales, leans closer, captivated by the image that seems to leap off the page and dance around them, a bridge between two worlds. In distant towns, children gather around flickering screens, where stories of Baba Yaga, the enigmatic witch, spin tales of wonder and warning. She is not merely a character from dusty books, she is a symbol of wisdom and mischief. Her home, a hut that spins on chicken legs, always reminding young hearts to tread carefully. Parents share her stories, not just for entertainment, but to instill values, echoing the age-old traditions that teach respect for nature and the unseen forces that govern their lives. In the realm of film and literature, Slavic mythology weaves its magic into the very fabric of narratives, lacing stories with the bittersweet taste of nostalgia. A blockbuster film features a hero on a quest, guided by spirits that echo the wisdom of the past and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The mythical beings leap off the screen, their strength and vulnerability resonating deeply with an audience that finds pieces of themselves reflected in these ancient tales. The hero, upon facing a fearsome creature, is reminded of the old legends, not just as mere stories, but as lessons etched into the soul of the Slavic people. Art galleries proudly showcase vibrant murals inspired by these myths, scenes of epic battles between gods and monsters that resonate with primal emotions. Artists, fueled by the stories passed down through generations, paint not just for beauty, but to evoke feelings that linger long after the viewer has turned away. Each stroke tells a story of love, loss, and the cyclical nature of life and death. An echo of what their ancestors felt in the embrace of nature's wonder and terror. Music, too, carries the beats of Slavic mythology into the modern age, its rhythms echoing through dance halls and quiet living rooms alike. Folk songs sung during festivals stir the spirit, rekindling connections that transcend time. As melodies fill the air, they bring forth memories of harvest celebrations where the sun is honored and the earth is revered. The lyrics speak of ancient deities, urging listeners to remember their roots, their histories, a reminder that even in today's fast-paced world, the past has a way of shaping the present. On social media, hashtags about Slavic folklore trend, as people share their interpretations of mythical creatures and legendary heroes. Memes of the mischievous domovoi, the household spirit, spark laughter and recognition, showing that even in modernity, the spirit of these stories remains alive, adapting and thriving in new forms. Followers engage, sharing their grandmother's tales, intertwining their lives with those of their ancestors, breathing new life into the age-old wisdom that guides them. Yet, amidst the playful banter, there are deeper currents of meaning. In the wake of political strife and cultural shifts, Slavic mythology serves as a source of identity, a reminder of resilience. Artists and writers draw upon the rich tapestry of their heritage to comment on contemporary issues, using the characters of old to express the struggles of the present. A poet recites verses inspired by the tragic love story of a mortal and a goddess, their voices rising and falling like the tides, echoing the heartbeats of a generation yearning for connection and understanding. The theater, too, reverberates with tales from yesteryears, as directors breathe new life into age-old narratives. On stage, the clash of swords and the whispers of the forest come alive, captivating audiences who feel the weight of every story, every struggle, every success. When the lights dim and the applause fades, the echoes of those ancient myths linger, inviting contemplation and connection with the past. As dusk falls, a festival unfurls in a small village, where villagers don costumes inspired by their mythical ancestors. Laughter mingles with the crackling of bonfires, and tales are spun into the night, where every flicker of flame seems to carry the voices of long-gone spirits. Each story told is a thread, weaving together the community, reminding them that they are part of something greater than themselves, a legacy that stretches back through the ages, binding them together in a shared narrative. The scent of wild herbs fills the air, and as stars blanket the sky, the presence of ancient beings feels almost tangible. A young girl, dressed as Rusalka, the water nymph, dances by the riverbank, her movements echoing the stories of her ancestors. Her laughter rings out, a sound that transcends time, reminding everyone present of the joy and sorrow that coexist in the world around them. The river flows on, carrying these moments into eternity, a silent witness to the continued relevance of Slavic mythology in shaping identities and crafting narratives that echo through generations. Amidst the stories, a shift occurs. In the corner of the gathering, an elderly man begins to speak, his voice a steady stream of wisdom drawn from years of living alongside these tales. He shares the trials of his youth, the lessons learned from the cunning foxes and wise owls of his childhood stories. His words resonate, weaving history with present-day struggles, reminding all who listen that the essence of Slavic mythology isn't just in the tales themselves, but in how they guide hearts through the complexities of modern life. As the night deepens, the stories grow richer, intertwining with the emotions of those gathered. The legacy of Slavic mythology is not a mere remnant of the past. It is a living, breathing entity that continues to shape the culture around it. Whether through art, music, or the simple act of storytelling, these ancient tales are more than folklore. They are the heartbeat of a community, a reminder that the past is always present, echoing through the laughter, the tears, and the shared moments that bind people together. In this sacred space, as the fire crackles and the stars shine down, the legacy of Slavic mythology spreads its wings, preparing to soar into the hearts and minds of generations yet to come, with no end in sight. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced upon the wooden walls of a Slavic hut, whispering secrets of ancient times. An old woman, her skin wrinkled like the bark of an oak, moved with a grace that belied her age. She poured a handful of herbs into a pot, the earthy aroma filling the air. As she stirred, her voice rose in a haunting chant, intertwining with the crackling flames. This was not just a ritual. It was a thread woven into the very fabric of Slavic culture, a tapestry rich with magic, mystery, and the profound connection between the living and the spirit world. Slavic magic, steeped in traditions passed down through generations, finds its roots in the sacred bond between nature and humanity. The ancient Slavs believed in the pervasive presence of spirits, both benevolent and malevolent, residing in every river, tree, and stone. They revered the forces of earth, water, and sky, seeking to harness their power through spells, charms, and rituals. This magic was not just a tool, but a way of life, a means of navigating the complexities of existence. Contrast this with the Celtic traditions that thrived in the misty hills of Ireland and the rugged landscapes of Scotland. Here, magic flowed through the land like the rivers that crisscrossed it. The Celts worshipped nature too, but their magic often celebrated the cycles of life and death, weaving together stories of the otherworld where heroes and fairies danced under a silvery moon. They believed in the power of the bard, for words held the ability to shape reality, to call forth rain or sunshine, to summon ancestral spirits for guidance. In the embrace of a warm pub, tales of the past came alive, each word a spell that could transport listeners to realms unknown. Yet, while the Celts reveled in the lyricism of their magic, Slavic traditions were more pragmatic and communal. The villagers gathered not only to celebrate, but to ward off misfortune, seeking protection through talismans and rituals. A simple thread tied around a wrist could hold the weight of an entire community's hopes. The Slavic witch, often called Baba Yaga in folklore, became a symbol of wisdom and power, her knowledge of herbs and incantations a lifeline in times of need. Her stories, both fearsome and revered, echoed through the ages, teaching lessons of respect for nature and the unseen forces that governed life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air thick with the scent of burning wood, a gathering of villagers nestled close to the fire. An elder recited tales of Vodyanoi, the water spirit, his voice trembling with reverence. The children's eyes widened with fear and wonder, their imaginations igniting as they pictured a figure rising from the depths, shimmering under the moonlight. In that moment, they felt a connection to their ancestors, a shared understanding that magic was not merely in the stories but interwoven in their very souls. The Slavs, with their deep, instinctive understanding of their environment, often turned to protective magic during difficult times. Charms, crafted from simple objects, a piece of iron, a strand of hair, held powerful significance. Warding off evil, inviting good fortune, and healing the sick, these were the everyday miracles that filled their lives with hope. Unlike the more romanticized magic of their Western counterparts, Slavic magic was raw, visceral. It was about survival and respect for the forces of nature, acknowledging that the world was both beautiful and dangerous. In a different corner of Europe, the Mediterranean echoed with the whispers of witches known as streghe. These Italian practitioners embraced the concept of benedizioni, or blessings, believing that every act of magic could bring about a ripple of change. Their rituals were filled with passion, often celebrated under the vibrant sun or the twinkling stars. While Slavic magic focused on the protective and communal aspects, the strege's work often hinged on love spells, fortune-telling, and the intricate dance of fate. They embodied the romantic ideals of magic, where the heart's desires could be summoned with the right incantation and the flick of a wrist. As night cloaked the Slavic village, the fire crackled, illuminating the faces of the gathered community. The old woman, with a knowing smile, prepared to share a fateful story about a young girl who dared to venture into the forest, seeking secrets of the ancients. The air thickened with anticipation, the villagers momentarily forgetting their woes. They were transported to a world where magic was alive and breathing, where the girl's journey mirrored their own struggles and dreams. In this way, magic in both traditions served as a mirror reflecting the deep-seated fears and desires of the people. While Slavic magic focused on the community's bond with nature and the spirit realm, other European traditions often celebrated individual desires and aspirations. The witches of the Western world, adorned in flowing gowns and surrounded by potions, presented a different narrative. One where magic was not just a communal act but a personal quest for power, love, and fulfillment. As the fire dimmed, the old woman's voice rose in a crescendo, pulling everyone closer, their hearts racing, minds alight with wonder. Her chant blended with the sounds of the forest, a harmony of echoes that transcended time. The villagers had become part of the magic, woven into the very fabric of the night. And in that moment, the lines between the Slavic and other European traditions blurred. The essence of magic was not confined by borders, but rather pulsed through the hearts and souls of individuals who dared to believe. Each tradition, with its unique flavor, contributed to a collective tapestry of enchantment, a reminder that magic exists where belief, nature, and the spirit intertwine. The old woman paused, her eyes glinting with secrets yet unsaid, and the villagers held their breath, caught in the web of her words, knowing that the night was far from over. The magic was alive, and it beckoned them to listen, to feel, to dream, forever entwined in a cycle that promised to weave their stories into the vast tapestry of existence. In a flickering circle of firelight, shadows danced across the ancient stones, and the air was thick with the smell of burning sage. A soft, haunting melody began to arise, weaving through the night like a gentle breeze. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, its last rays painted the sky in hues of crimson and violet. A gathering of souls formed, each person tethered by an unspoken bond to the sacred rituals about to unfold. Music and dance, they knew, were not merely expressions of joy or celebration. They were powerful conduits, capable of bridging the gap between the mundane and the mystical. Across various cultures and epochs, music has always been imbued with a sacred purpose. The drums of the African tribes thundered like the heartbeat of the earth, calling forth ancestors and spirits with every pulsating beat. The rhythmic patterns, so primal and raw, connected the living to the dead, blurring the lines of existence. As each strike resonated in the bodies of the listeners, they felt an awakening, a stirring that summoned deep emotions and memories long buried. In those moments, the tribe became one, their spirits intertwined in a dance of history, unity, and reverence. In the cold, misty mornings of ancient Celtic lands, harps and flutes soared, carrying the voices of the fae and the whispers of the wind. Dancers adorned in flowing garments twirled in circles, their movements graceful yet purposeful. With every step they invoked the presence of deities, each twirl a plea for blessings, each leap an offering of gratitude. The energy surged, electric and palpable, coursing through the glade where ancient oaks stood as silent witnesses, their gnarled branches swaying as if possessed by the very essence of the music. Across the world in Asia, the intricate movements of the Kathak dancers told stories of love, loss, and desire. Each clap of their hands echoed like a heartbeat, punctuating the air with life. It was in this dance that the divine met the earthly, each performance a ritual imbued with the power to change destinies. As the dancers spun and leaped, they became vessels for the gods, channeling cosmic energy through their every gesture, allowing the audience to witness the divine unfold before their eyes. The beauty of the dance resonated in the souls of those present, a reminder of the connection that binds humanity to something greater. In the ancient temples of the Mayans, the sound of conch shells and the deep resonance of wooden flutes filled the air with a sacred hum. Priests and priestesses adorned in elaborate costumes danced in unison, their movements choreographed to perfection, weaving through the air like a spell. Music enveloped the crowd, pulling them into the ritual, and as the rhythms intensified, so did the energy. The lines between reality and the divine blurred. It felt as if the gods themselves were present, watching, listening, and responding through the very vibrations of the sounds that echoed in the sacred spaces. As dusk turned to night, the drums of the Native American tribes rang out, a call to the spirits of the ancestors. The dance commenced, feet pounding against the earth, creating a powerful resonance that vibrated through every onlooker's bones. The participants swayed and twirled, their movements a celebration of life and a plea for guidance and protection. Each song told a story, each beat a heartbeat of the land itself. It was here, under the sprawling canopy of stars, that the past, present, and future melded into one. Laughter and tears intertwined, creating an emotional tapestry that wrapped around the very essence of existence. In every corner of the world, music and dance have served as powerful tools in magical rituals. They have been the heartbeat of cultures, the ink in the history of humankind, binding generations together in shared experiences. The sounds connect people in ways that words cannot capture, transcending language and culture. As the melodies rise and fall, they carry with them the weight of uncounted emotions: hope, fear, joy, and sorrow. They awaken the spirit, igniting forgotten desires and dreams, transforming a simple gathering into something sacred. The power of music and dance lies not only in their ability to evoke emotions, but also in their potential to alter the fabric of reality. In the dim light of the ritual fire, the participants felt the air crackle with energy, each note a spark igniting their souls. The beats of the drums resonated deep within them, urging them to move, to connect, to transcend. The primal urge to dance became an act of magic, each spin a spell, each clap a call to the universe. They could feel the presence of the spirits, the ancestors, and the divine, all watching, all listening, as they poured their hearts into the ritual. As the night deepened, the intensity of the dance surged, a crescendo of emotion and energy that threatened to overflow. The music enveloped the participants, wrapping them in a cocoon of sound and movement. It was impossible to resist. The desire to join in, to become one with the rhythm, was overwhelming. They danced not just for themselves, but for those who came before and those who would come after. With every heartbeat, the past whispered its secrets, the future beckoned with promise, and the present was a gift that shimmered with possibility. In that sacred space, the veil between worlds was thin, and the air felt alive with magic. The music swelled, a tidal wave of sound crashing over them, and the dancers became conduits of energy, channeling the very essence of life itself. Their movements rippled through the crowd, igniting a fire in the hearts of all who witnessed. Each song told stories of creation, of love, of struggle, and triumph. It was a reminder that they were not alone. They belonged to something larger, a web of connections that spanned time and space. The ritual reached a fever pitch, a powerful explosion of emotion and energy that left everyone breathless. In that moment, the dancers and the audience were united, their souls entwined in a shared experience that transcended the physical realm. The music swelled and fell like waves against a shore, and as they moved together, they felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. They were part of something eternal, a chorus of voices rising in harmony, echoing through the annals of time. As the final notes lingered in the air, a hush fell over the gathering. Hearts raced, breaths caught in throats, and a sense of awe enveloped the space. The magic of music and dance had worked its spell, binding them together in a moment that would forever resonate in their lives. And, just as quickly, a new rhythm began, calling them to continue the journey, igniting the spark of a curiosity for what lay ahead. The night was far from over, and the dance of life would continue, weaving another tale into the fabric of existence. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls of a small wooden hut, alive with secrets from ages past. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very walls held their breath, ready to whisper ancient truths. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful song that echoed the struggles of generations. Inside, an old woman sat hunched over a wooden table, her fingers deftly weaving strands of dried herbs and colorful threads. Each knot she tied was a story, each twist a spell, drawing upon the rich tapestry of Slavic magical practices that had flourished over centuries. Art and symbolism pulsed through her work, every element steeped in meaning. The symbols were not just decorations, they were alive, like the heartbeat of the land itself. A sunburst etched into a talisman summoned warmth and vitality, while a spiraling wave signified the ebb and flow of life's fortune. With every careful stroke of her hand, she summoned the spirits of the ancestors, those who had walked the earth long before her, their wisdom woven into the very fabric of her creations. Outside, the trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching toward the heavens, whispering tales of their own. Each tree held its own significance, the birch for new beginnings, the oak for strength, and the willow for healing. To the Slavs, these trees were not mere plants. They were conduits of magic, guardians of the land who understood the delicate balance between the seen and the unseen. As the candle flickered, casting wild shadows that seemed to come alive, the old woman began to chant, her voice a soft tremor that filled the room. The words flowed like a river, ancient incantations that spoke of love, protection, and the complex dance of fate. Each syllable was a brushstroke on the canvas of her magic, bringing to life the hopes and fears of those who sought her aid. The walls trembled slightly as if responding to her call, while the air thickened with the scent of dried herbs and burning wax. In the nearby village, tales of her powers spread like wildfire, captivating the hearts of those who longed for change. Mothers would send their children to her with tokens of gratitude, bits of thread or small carved figures, each one a plea for protection or prosperity. The woman would accept these offerings with a nod, understanding that every gift held a piece of the giver's soul. They were not just tokens, they were imbued with emotion, a connection that transcended time and space. On special nights, when the moon hung low and round in the sky, villagers gathered to witness her craft. They brought woven wreaths adorned with wildflowers and ribbons, symbols of beauty and fertility. The colorful wreaths floated down the river, carrying wishes and dreams toward the horizon. Each one told a story of longing, hope, or despair, drifting into the unknown, guided by the gentle current. A chill swept through the room as she reached for a piece of birch bark, its surface smooth and pale, etched with runes that glimmered in the candlelight. These symbols held the weight of history, connecting the present with the past. The old woman's fingers traced the lines, recalling the tales of warriors and lovers, of battles fought and futures forged. The bark was a canvas, a living document of a time when magic flowed through every corner of existence, entwined with the very essence of the Slavic people. In her heart, she carried the memories of her ancestors, their struggles and triumphs echoing in her soul. They had faced the harshness of winters and the warmth of summers, and now she was the vessel through which their wisdom flowed. Each piece she created was a tribute to their resilience, a testament to the belief that magic existed in the ordinary, waiting to be unveiled. Her hands moved swiftly, creating an amulet designed to ward off evil spirits. Threads of gold and silver intertwined, forming intricate patterns that sparkled like stars against a midnight sky. As she worked, the old woman whispered incantations, her voice weaving a spell that wrapped around her creation like a protective cloak. With each knot, she infused the amulet with intentions: strength for the weak, courage for the timid, hope for the lost. The room buzzed with energy, a palpable force that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. The walls pulsed as if resonating with the power of her craft. In that moment, the boundaries between the past and present blurred. The spirits of the ancients hovered nearby, their whispers mingling with the wind, urging her on. They were the guardians of this sacred art, watching over her as she brought their legacy to life. Night deepened and the candle flickered low, casting haunting shadows that danced feverishly around the room. The old woman paused, her heart racing, sensing the shift in the air. Outside, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by an eerie stillness. Something was stirring, an ancient magic awakening in response to her work. It was a reminder that the world was not as simple as it seemed, that the balance of power was forever shifting. The temptation to peer into the unknown was strong, and as she finished her amulet, she felt a tugging at the edges of her consciousness. The symbols she had woven held the potential for more than she could ever imagine. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the weight of the world around her. Her ancestors were with her, their wisdom coursing through her veins, urging her to reach beyond the veil, to connect with the forces that shaped their lives. Just as she began to chant anew, a sharp crack echoed outside, shattering the silence and sending a thrill of fear coursing through her. The candle flickered violently, and for a heartbeat the shadows seemed to leap forth, a chaotic dance of light and dark. In that moment, the line between magic and reality blurred, and she could sense the power of the symbols she had invoked, pulling at her like a tide. What awaited her in the depths of that mystery? The answer lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken promises and unshed fears. The old woman opened her eyes, determination igniting within her. She knew she was merely a conduit for this energy, a vessel through which the art and symbolism of her ancestors flowed. As she prepared to embrace that power, the whispers grew louder, beckoning her to unlock the secrets hidden within her crafted designs. Each thread and symbol urged her onward, merging history with the pulse of the present, drawing her deeper into the magic that had always been there, waiting to be awakened. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest floor, where shadows danced like whispered secrets among the trees. In this haunting beauty, ancient myths breathed life into the night, tales of transformation and shape-shifting that sent chills down the spine. In the flickering light of campfires, stories of gods and mortals intertwined, revealing the thin veil separating humanity from the wild, untamed forces of nature. Legends tell of Circe, a sorceress who could turn men into swine with a mere wave of her hand. Her island, Ea, was not just a place, but a reflection of the desires and fears of those who dared approach it. Those men, once proud warriors, found themselves wallowing in mud, consumed by their basest instincts. The air thickened with the cries of the lost souls, their humanity slipping away like sand through fingers, a haunting reminder of the fragility of identity. What if one could shed their skin, their very essence, and emerge anew? The thrill of transformation lay heavy in the hearts of those who listened, a heady mix of fear and longing. In ancient Norse tales, the gods were not bound by human limitations. Loki, the trickster, could shift into anything: a serpent, a falcon, even a mare. His ability to transform was both a gift and a curse, weaving chaos through the lives of gods and men alike. With each shape he took, he revealed the darker sides of his nature, a reminder that even in transformation, shadows lurked, the air crackled with tension. As if every shift of his form held the power to alter destiny itself. The people believed that to become something else was to touch the divine, yet it came with a heavy price. They shivered at the thought of being caught in a web of their own desires, forever altered by the choices they made. And then there were the tales of werewolves, the fabled beings cursed to roam the night under the watchful gaze of the full moon. These stories were more than mere folklore. They spoke of a primal connection to the wild, a longing to break free from the constraints of civilization. As the moon rose high, so too did the bloodlust, a transformation driven by the very essence of humanity itself, the struggle between beast and man. The villagers whispered of how the transformation brought forth both strength and despair, an intoxicating dance between freedom and loss. The howls echoed through the night, a haunting symphony that stirred the deepest of fears and desires within. In the rich tapestry of history, shape-shifting figures appear across cultures. The Japanese kitsune, a fox spirit, could transform into a beautiful woman, luring unsuspecting men into her web of enchantment. With each tale, there was an undercurrent of warning, a reminder that beauty can be a facade, masking a power far beyond human comprehension. The thrill of the chase, the allure of the unknown, wrapped the listeners in a cocoon of suspense. What man would not be lured by the promise of love, only to find himself ensnared in a world of magic and danger? The emotional stakes rose with each passing moment, as tales of love turned to loss, passion turned to peril. Transitioning through time, the myths of transformation echoed in cultures worldwide. In the heart of Africa, the stories of shape-shifting trickster gods like Anansi the spider played with the very fabric of reality. He spun webs of deceit and wisdom alike, teaching lessons through the art of transformation. The laughter of children rang out in the evenings as parents shared these tales, a reminder that the world was filled with wonder and danger, often disguised as something mundane. These stories were not just entertainment, they were warnings and celebrations, merging joy with fear, teaching the delicate balance between the two. Each culture, with its own unique flavor, painted a vivid picture of what it meant to transform. The ancient Greeks spoke of Daphne, who was transformed into a laurel tree to escape Apollo's relentless pursuit. Her metamorphosis was both a tragic loss and a powerful statement of agency, a haunting reminder that sometimes escape comes at a price. The wind whispered her name through the branches, a melancholic tune threading through the hearts of those who knew her story. How many lives had been changed by the mere act of transformation? The threads of fate wove tighter, binding the past to the present in a dance of emotion and permanence. The tension hung thick in the air as listeners absorbed these tales, each story a thread in a grand tapestry of existence. The weight of transformation bore down on them, evoking deep fears and unquenchable desires. Was it possible, they pondered, to truly shed one's skin and become something new? Or was the transformation merely a facade, hiding a deeper truth that one could never escape? As the night wore on, a collective shiver ran through the group, a shared understanding that transformation was not just a myth or a story, it was an integral part of the human experience. The echoes of shape-shifting lingered, pulling at the edges of their consciousness. Each tale left them yearning for more, a relentless hunger for understanding the complexities of what it meant to change, to evolve, to confront the very essence of being. The fire crackled, shadows dancing around them, as the boundary between myth and reality blurred, drawing them deeper into the web of transformation that connected them all. What awaited them in the shadows? The answer lay just beyond their reach, waiting to be unveiled. Under the flickering light of a dying fire, a group of villagers gathered in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the crackle of burning wood. Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, a reminder of ancient stories that had shaped their lives for centuries. In the dim shadows, a woman draped in a patterned shawl reached into her pouch, pulling out a handful of dried herbs, their scent mingling with the earthy smell of the forest. The air was thick with tension, as everyone knew that the night held more than just the promise of warmth. It was a night for magic, a night for reckoning. For centuries, the Slavic people had intertwined their lives with magic, their practices shaped and reshaped by the tides of history. From the fierce battles against invading armies to the quiet yet profound shifts brought by the spread of Christianity, every historical event left its mark on the way these people connected with the unseen world. Each ritual, each whispered incantation, bore the weight of stories of joy, grief, triumph, and despair. As the villagers shared tales of their ancestors, they spoke of the time when the Mongol hordes swept through their lands like a dark cloud. Fear had gripped their hearts, yet within the chaos, a strange form of resilience emerged. The ancient gods of the forest were called upon and the earth was offered sacrifices as the people sought to protect their homes and families. It was during this tumult that the lines between the old ways and the new began to blur. The sacred rituals of the past were infused with the urgency of survival and the desire to reclaim lost power. The witching hour approached, and the fire flickered ominously. A soft gasp escaped one of the villagers as the storyteller recounted the arrival of Christianity, a turning point that transformed the very fabric of Slavic magical practices. The Christian missionaries brought with them a new world view that threatened to extinguish the old traditions. Yet, from the embers of that conflict, a surprising fire ignited. The villagers adapted their practices, weaving Christian saints into their folklore, creating a tapestry of beliefs that honored both old and new. In that moment, the woman with the shawl began to sing a lullaby, a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. It was a song of the forest, of the spirits that danced in the shadows, and of the ancestors who had fought to protect their way of life. The villagers closed their eyes, feeling the weight of history pressing down upon them, a reminder that they were part of a lineage shaped by struggle and resilience. Memories flooded back as the story shifted to the 16th century, when the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth stood at the height of its power. The air was thick with ambition, and the old magical practices experienced a renaissance. The tension between the ruling class and the common people created fertile ground for magical rites to flourish, as villagers sought to gain favor or protection. Potions were brewed with wildflowers and roots, and charms were crafted to ward off misfortune. People began to find hope in the belief that magic could change their fate, a glimmer of light amid the oppressive weight of tyranny. But the shadows were never far away. As the villagers listened, a chill swept through the gathering, a reminder of the subsequent waves of oppression brought by foreign powers. The arrival of the Russian Empire marked a new chapter of suffering, when the voices of the common folk were silenced under the weight of absolute rule. Yet, amid the oppression, magic transformed once more. Folk traditions became acts of rebellion, a way for the people to reclaim their identity. Rituals were performed in secret, hidden from watchful eyes. The stories passed down were not just tales. They became lifelines connecting past and present, the heartbeat of a culture enduring against the odds. The fire's glow began to wane, and the villagers huddled closer, their hearts synchronized in the shared pulse of history. The air buzzed with stories of the 20th century, marked by wars that shattered families and homes. During the chaos of World War II, magic took on new urgency as people sought protection from the horrors that surrounded them. Talismans were crafted from fragments of shrapnel, and protective circles were drawn in the dirt. Desperation drove the villagers to the very roots of their ancestral wisdom, and in that dark time, their magical practices became a sanctuary, a way to navigate through the storm. With each retelling, the fire's flickering light seemed to echo the struggles and triumphs of the Slavic people. Words of ancient spells intertwined with the present moment, a testament to the unbroken chain of memory that coursed through the veins of the gathered souls. The woman with the shawl, her voice rising like a soft breeze, reminded them that magic is never static. It evolves, breathing life into the past while nurturing the seeds of the future. As dawn began to creep over the horizon, a sense of urgency filled the air. The rituals that had survived centuries of turmoil stood on the cusp of transformation once more, ready to meet the challenges of the modern world. The villagers understood that their connection to history, no matter how fraught, was the essence of their magical practices. The weight of the past pressed upon them, and yet they felt invigorated by the knowledge that they were part of something far greater. The storyteller's voice lingered, a poignant reminder that the threads of history weave through every incantation, every ritual performed by those who seek to connect with the divine. The echoes of ancestors reverberated in their hearts, urging them forward, urging them to keep their traditions alive. As the sun broke free from the horizon, casting golden light over the village, the villagers understood that the journey of their magical practices was far from over. They were but players on an endless stage, where the past and present converged, and the magic of their ancestors would continue to guide them into an uncertain future. The moon hung high like a watchful guardian, casting silver beams across an ancient forest thick with stories waiting to be told. Shadows danced between the trees, whispering secrets of a time when magic flowed as freely as the rivers, and every soul believed in the unseen forces that shaped their lives. Here, in this vast and tangled wilderness, echoes of Slavic magic lingered, beckoning those who dared to listen. In recent years, a quiet renaissance had begun to stir among the descendants of the Slavic peoples. It was as if the spirits of ancestors long forgotten had awakened, reminding their children of the ancient ways. Young women adorned with flowers in their hair gathered in circles beneath the night sky, their voices rising and falling like the gentle breeze. They spoke of the wisdom of herbs and the power of intuition, reviving rituals that had nearly faded into obscurity. There was Yulia, a spirited young woman with a heart full of fire. Raised in a city buzzing with technology, she felt a magnetic pull toward her roots, toward the stories her grandmother used to tell. As a child, she had listened, wide-eyed, as her grandmother spun tales of water nymphs and forest spirits, of how a single whispered incantation could heal a broken heart or turn misfortune into fortune. Now, Yulia sought to reconnect with those stories, to feel the pulse of the old ways beneath her fingertips. One balmy summer night, Yulia joined her friends in a clearing where the flickering flames of a fire illuminated their eager faces. They had gathered to celebrate Kupala Night, a festival filled with symbols of love and rebirth. As they danced and sang songs that had echoed through generations, the air shimmered with a sense of possibility. They wove flower crowns and floated them on the river, sending their wishes downstream, as the ancient ones had done. Woven into their festivities was the rich history of Slavic magic itself. The rituals were not merely quaint remnants of the past. They were steeped in the rituals of life and death, love and loss. Each ceremony held a purpose, a way to honor the seasons and the cycles of life. The Slavs believed that spirits inhabited every river, tree, and rock, and that understanding these energies could guide their fate. As Yulia listened to her friends recount tales of the wise Baba Yaga, the enigmatic witch of the woods, she felt a chill run down her spine. Baba Yaga was more than a character. She embodied the mysteries of femininity, strength, and the duality of nature itself. As the night deepened, the flames crackled and spat, casting eerie shadows that flickered like memories. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Suddenly, a hush fell over the group as an elder woman emerged from the darkness, her silver hair glowing in the firelight. It was Olga, a keeper of lore, a woman who had spent her life studying the old ways. She opened her mouth and the stories began to flow like a river, each word steeped in the weight of history. Olga spoke of old Slavic gods and goddesses, each a representation of natural forces and human emotions. She brought to life Perun, the thunder god, who wielded lightning as a warrior, and Makosh, the goddess of the earth, who nurtured crops and women's work. As she recounted their tales, the group felt the connection between the past and the present tighten like the strings of a bow, each legend a reminder of their heritage. In the following weeks, Yulia and her friends began to experiment with the ancient practices they had learned. They crafted talismans, each imbued with a purpose: protection against negativity, blessings for abundance, or the courage to chase dreams. They gathered herbs at dawn, the morning dew clinging to their fingertips as they learned to recognize the power of nature in its purest form. Yulia felt alive, as if she were awakening something dormant within her soul. But the revival of Slavic magic was not without its challenges. The modern world, with its relentless pace and skepticism, threatened to drown out the whispers of the past. Yulia faced doubts from friends who dismissed her newfound passion as mere folly, a childish pursuit. Yet every time she stepped into the forest, every time she pressed a flower into her book of spells, she felt the ancestors surrounding her, urging her to continue. The magic of their world pulsed through her veins, igniting a fierce determination. One evening, as a storm brewed on the horizon, the group convened again, this time in a small village known for its rich traditions. The air was electric with anticipation as they prepared for a night of divination. They crafted flower crowns to wear, a symbol of their connection to the earth and the spirits. As thunder rumbled overhead, they gathered in a circle, each holding a candle flickering with hope. The winds howled, and as the storm unleashed its fury, Yulia closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the energy around them. The air thickened with an ancient magic. It swirled and twisted, and suddenly, she was no longer Yulia, a girl from the city. She was a vessel, channeling the wisdom of those who came before her. The room filled with whispers, each voice a thread in the tapestry of Slavic history. She felt the presence of ancestors guiding her, encouraging her to let go of fear. As she began to speak, the words flowed effortlessly, a forgotten language of the heart. The group listened, entranced as she shared visions of their futures, of love and strength, pain and healing. The storms outside echoed their emotions, a symphony of nature merging with the magic they had summoned. The night ended in rapture, the storm subsiding to reveal the stars twinkling above. Yulia's heart raced with exhilaration. She had touched something profound, a connection that transcended time. The revival of Slavic magic was not just about rituals. It was about reclaiming identity, about embracing the wild, untamed spirit that lived within every one of them. And as the embers of the fire smoldered, the air thick with the essence of change, Yulia knew that this was only the beginning. A new wave of Slavic magic was rising, a force that demanded to be acknowledged, a truth that could no longer be silenced. The stories were alive, pulsing with energy, and she could feel them calling to her, inviting her to continue the dance of history and heritage, a dance that would weave the past into the fabric of the present and beyond.